Okay, we are live. Hey Ken, are you gonna be able to sleep? You're gonna get like 10 hours sleep now, right? You're good now, right?
Dude, it's funny. I went to bed at like 12 o'clock last night. I swear.
I went to bed around the same time, but I mean East Coast time. Yeah,
Right,
I went to
right.
bed pretty early too. I didn't think they were gonna call it this fast. It's funny, man. I think that Biden could have legitimately won. I think he could
Yeah.
have legitimately won, but I'm gonna be honest. I'm not 100% sure that. Well, first off, let me make something clear off the bat. I think Trump and the Republicans were probably doing the usual Republican style of cheating.
Yeah.
Where they were doing the voter suppression and stuff. Like, I want to make sure that I make clear that they were cheating, but that mail-in thing seems weird to me. I don't know. It just seems like a weird turnaround. As soon as those mail-ins
Man,
came, I know they're
dude.
trying to start this narrative that they're saying, "Oh, it's because Trump told his people not to mail in." I mean, like, yeah, sure, okay, but I still think if that's the case, all the Trump people would have. Like, this is the weird thing to me. This is the one thing that makes me think it's kind of weird. Even though at the end of the day, I don't care because I don't like Trump.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't care. I just find it funny. It's just more like a curiosity thing. You know what I mean? Like to me, it's like when you see a magic trick, you just kind of want to know how it's done.
Exactly.
It's not because I care. Like, oh my god, it's unfair. Like, who cares who wins? But
I don't give a fuck.
yeah, I don't give a fuck either. But I'm just like kind of curious about how they pulled it off. This is what's weird to me, that all these down ballot votes were still for Republicans. So
Yeah.
we're supposed to believe that all these people voted for Republicans down ballot, but just made a choice on the top to choose Biden, to the point that we have all these Republicans winning seats in these battleground states, but Biden is just crushing. And maybe there's that many disaffected Republicans out there.
Well, I
Maybe.
think I think there's definitely you've seen it's like how they say the rats jump off the ship when it's sinking.
Yeah.
Oh, you can see my man Chris Christie, I call him Chief Wiggum from The Simpsons. Chris Christie, Marco Rubio, all of them are talking shit. Like they were pretty much letting Trump know, yeah, motherfucker, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Because if this was 2016, they would have came out and would have been like, no, that's not right. The election's over. These motherfuckers is saying, no, we have to count all the votes. I'm like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
you fucking snakes. I love it though, but I love it though
Yeah.
because it just goes to show you this is the way things work. And one of the things that and it's funny how when time goes by, we kind of forget certain things. I remember 2000. I remember
Yeah.
2004. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So it's like I have to remember that there's a lot of people that vote now that were like 12 in 2000 or
Mm.
9. They were like 9. You know what I'm saying? So they don't really understand how this shit works. Like it's all a scam. And I'm not trying to be a pessimist, but it's all a scam. I mean, what the fuck? You know what I mean? So if people want to say, oh, they rigged the election, duh.
Yeah,
You know
exactly.
what I'm saying? This ain't the first time an election's been rigged. They
Yeah,
rigged it in
and
2016. They rigged it in 2000. Like it's been known for years.
yeah, I mean, I think it's this group's turn to rig it, and that's fine, because at the end of the day, the way I look at it like this, one group of people I
What's
don't
good for the
like.
goose is good for the gander.
Yeah, yeah. And one group of people I don't like is going to be crying one way or the other. At least this way, some people get out of cages, hopefully, and some things change for some people.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's a net good, like, and they had videos of all these cops crying in New York. It was funny. Somebody was
The cops were crying?
yeah, yeah. You know what? Let me see if I can find the video. Somebody
No fucking way.
Yeah, some of them were crying. It
Were they
was
crying
pretty
because
funny.
Trump lost?
Yeah, they were crying because Trump lost. Like first, people were telling me stuff like, "Oh, I saw a, I saw a person, I saw a person crying in their cop car," and saying stuff like that. And I thought, okay, it's just people telling stories. But then someone else put a video, and in the video there were people um actually crying, like the cops. The guy was walking next to the cops and shining the camera on them, and a lot of them were crying.
So even well, we already knew this, but even for the racists, they're voting based on emotion because Joe Biden already said they're going to give the police more money. So
Well,
why would you be crying?
well, that's what's kind of funny, right? What's funny about that is I think that's entitlement, that's narcissism, that's all of that. Because one thing with a narcissist or a sociopath or those type of things, they think they're entitled to 100% of your support or ass kissing. So
Regardless, right?
yeah, so if you have a narcissistic friend or partner, to them, you only being in the tank for them or loving them or kissing their ass 80% is equivalent to a rejection. That's how entitled they feel. And I think that's how the cops are. Like, these Democratic presidents or mayors and whatever kiss their ass too, but they'll do a little lip service. Like, we see how the cops get mad at Bill de Blasio in New York. He'll say just one little thing like, this person shouldn't have died and we need to have some accountability. He won't do shit. But that police union will act like he just ripped open his shirt like Superman. The Antifa sign was on his chest. That's how they'll act. So yeah, it's funny for these people. Nothing's really gonna change. It's gonna be a little bit more of a dog and pony show of accountability. But for them, that's not enough. They want pure.
They want to be able to kill you and say, "Yeah, nigga, you deserved it." On TV.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all emotion. It's all emotional.
Yeah, it's all emotion. It's just pure. It's pure entitlement. They think they're entitled to the whole shebang. This is one of them. And apparently, some people had videos of the cop crying in his car, but I haven't found them yet. But
fucking cops are crying. You guys be fucking kidding me.
And it's funny. There's one black cop here that throws up a peace sign. I found that funny. Yeah, it's a black cop throws up a peace sign.
That was Brock.
That one was crying. Some of them is questionable if they're crying or not, but this last one to me looks really emotional. He looks like he's that guy. He looks like
he's pissed. Yeah, he's pissed. He's had it.
Yeah. Yeah, so some of them are just like chilling. One guy threw a little peace sign, like but he had to do it kind of low key, Yeah,
because when he goes back to the station, whose side are you on, Rodney?
Yeah.
Whose side are you on, DeAndre?
What about black on black crime, DeAndre?
Yeah. You became a cop because you want to stop black on black crime, DeAndre. It's funny. You said something earlier.
Those animals are raping your mom and sister. Yeah. Let's see who's on your side. Let's see if Antifa saves him then.
It's crazy because you brought it up earlier. You were talking about, like the cops were crying because they wanted Trump to win. And it was something I tweeted earlier. And I was like, the blue checks, because the police ain't going to stop killing black people.
No.
You know what I'm saying? You only meet iron with iron. You don't meet iron with feathers. It doesn't work that way. But when they do kill someone, the excuse is going to be, oh, it's not Joe's fault. The cops are just mad that Trump lost.
Good point.
That's what they're going to say. And it's almost like a TV show. I can predict it.
Oh, yeah. And the black liberals are already making excuses. They're doing two things. They're just saying, I've seen a lot of black liberals saying, well, voting's not transactional. I did it to save the country.
Yeah.
So like they're already saying I'm not going to hold people accountable. And the other half of the black liberals are lying and like, oh, trust us. We're going to really hold them accountable now. It's like, no, you're not. You're just going to see if you can get some jobs.
It's funny. It's crazy.
That's when the accountability you care about.
You're around my age, so you remember Ronald Reagan. You remember the first Bush. You remember, the entire country was in a shithole in the 80s, and not just because of crack and all that kind of stuff. Like, it was a bad shape in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? Just economically, it was just horrible, just bad. But I'm looking at it now and I'm like, okay, we went through all of this shit. And again, I have to remember the certain age of certain people that weren't around. And I'm like, what evidence do you have to show that this will be different? Other than you just don't like Donald Trump. And that's fine, because I don't like him either. He's a piece of shit. Yeah. But when you say that your vote is not transactional and you were doing it to save the country, you can't say shit. Now, I'm going to tell you like this, and I tweeted this too. If you think black people was voting Republican this cycle, you ain't seen shit yet.
Yeah, exactly. Because if they were willing to vote for an open racist like this,
yeah.
Can you imagine the Republican that's just gonna muzzle it just a little bit.
Oh man, all
The other,
they would have to do is pull back a little bit.
yeah, the other possibility is that maybe they were voting against the crime bill stuff, because that crime bill stuff is very bad optics. So maybe it was a combination of the two, and maybe Biden. I'm saying this as a long shot. Maybe Biden will actually do enough pro-black stuff that in the 4 years interim, he builds up some goodwill among black people.
It can't just be giving money to HBCUs and giving money to the Goodwill and the Urban League and the NAACP and all these other organizations who funnel money and misappropriate funds. It can't be that. It can't be that if the working class black people, and when I say working class, I'm talking about people that's damn near under the poverty line. If they ain't seeing anything from this, I'm gonna tell you right now, man, black folks are going to vote Republican in 2024. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. And it's gonna flip. And the reason why is because, one thing about black people is it don't take long for them. It don't take long for black people to, sometimes we are kind of slow when it comes to seeing the jig, but sometimes it's like, well, fuck it. What I got to lose? Because that's what the country that we're in and the position we're in is. You ain't got shit to lose. What do you have to lose? Wait a minute. You mean to tell me I got to save the country for what?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's a very small percentage of. First of all, I want to say it's a very small percentage of black people saying dumb shit like that. Like I don't know any black people in real life saying shit like that. So
unfortunately, though, man, there's some in person doing it, because I saw a clip of somebody saying the same dumb stuff, but she's probably just a Twitter person in real life who showed up and did it for clout. But she was at the protest saying with a mega speaker. In fact, let me see if I could find it. If I can, I'll play it. But there was this woman. I was like, oh my god, there's people showing up in real life places now. Yeah, I thought they didn't leave the house. She showed up in a megaphone saying, "Black women did this. Black women. That's why we need black women to lead." And the same thing. I'm at this obsessive talking point about bringing up leading. So she's announcing to the white people surrounding, that black women did this, and this is why, they need us to lead. And I'm like, this lead thing is such a weird compulsion.
Well, what ends up happening is these people do exist in real life, but the spaces that they're in are usually on predominantly white campuses or working for these goofy nonprofits where white people let them lead in these positions or whatever. But when we get into real life, when you're talking to Joe the plumber and the shop owner, they don't give a fuck about what you're talking about. As a matter of fact, you're getting in the way. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't, in real life, people don't look at gender roles as lead. They just looking for what's important for them and their families. We don't think about community anymore. That shit hasn't existed since I don't know when. We don't think in a community mindset unless it's your neighborhood. You know what I'm saying?
Or the people who do think in a community mindset, they get weeded out quick. You're not gonna get close to any platform. They vet you. If you're too community minded, plan to stay in the community level. You're not gonna get past maybe being an alderman or something. You're not gonna go into the church saying that. You're not gonna go into any unions saying that.
Yeah. This is where the rubber meets the road. You know what I'm saying?
The problem is it goes in reverse too, because the people who these type of people, they're not going to go into the small local spaces and talk black men suck, you gotta let black women lead and queers and all that. But it goes in reverse too. The people who are community minded and thinking of black people as a whole, they're not going to get into CNN, MSNBC. They're not going to get. So that disconnect is why a lot of these Negro whisperers really suck at being Negro whisperers, because
they have no perspective.
They have no perspective.
Their perspective never leaves Twitter. So when they go into the real world and they're trying to talk to their neighborhood people, like I'm sitting here and looking, I'm in my apartment complex. I got all these old people living in my complex. If there was one of those people that came over here and was talking all that stuff, and these are all old white people, they would look at them like, what? Like they would be confused, like, what are you talking about? Yeah. Because we have to remember, in real life, white people don't really be around black people and outside of going to work. You know what I'm saying? If I live in Portland, but even in majority, in a lot of cities, white people don't really be around black people like that.
Yeah.
So, outside of work, if you come to white people saying that kind of stuff, they're gonna be looking at you like, what are you talking about?
Either that, or there'll be a certain type that will clap, like the NPR tote bag
Well,
type of
yeah,
liberal.
yeah,
They'll clap because you know most white people don't care about that stuff. But then a certain type of liberal that likes their black mascots, they'll clap for that shit.
yeah. But they're
They
not. Yeah, they don't really care whether it happens or not, but they'll clap
yeah
for you. Yeah.
yeah, and they'll just enjoy patronizing you and all that stuff for sure. Yeah, man, but I wish I had the clip handy. It was a funny clip. This lady was just, talking about and the thing that's funny, right? They keep everyone is on this shit, right? So for
Yeah.
example, here's an article that came out and I'm gonna show you real quick. This is just one example. It says Black women led us through the most consequential political contest of our lifetime. It's high time to thank them. They always like say this crap, right? But if you go through it, it doesn't say what to thank them with. Like, okay, what do you thank them with? Today,
See,
I'm writing a thank you note to Black women. America, get out your pens and do the same. So is that what you're gonna thank them with? A thank you note?
that's how
Like,
they think about Negroes.
yeah, but these people don't ask for more themselves either. The people who on the other side, the black people who talk like this, like you need to thank us. It's like they literally, when they say you need to thank us, they literally mean I want to hear you say thank you. Not
Yes. No, they're
give me,
literal. It's being literal. They're
yeah,
literal. Yeah.
yeah. They don't mean thank me with these 5 policy initiatives or
Yeah.
agenda. They actually want to hear you say thank you, we love you, black women. Oh, and the other thing, the only thing they ever asked for, but even then it's still vague, is to be allowed to lead. Lead is the closest I've seen to a
Well,
tangible thing.
and this is the thing, and this is not me saying that black women shouldn't be in positions or none of that kind of
Yeah,
shit. I'm all about tangible stuff. So when you say lead us to what?
exactly. Yeah, my problem isn't, I don't care if a man, a woman, a straight man, a queer man, a straight woman, a queer woman, a cis man, a trans man leads us. I want to know what you're leading us to. Like you said, I don't want you to just lead just so that you can pad your resume and get paid.
Well, no, but
Like
not only that, I don't want us to lead you till you can pad your resume, but I also don't want you to lead us for you to just be talking about some emotional shit. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Some personal shit that's going on in your life that you want to get into a position to lead so that you can talk to white people and say, why did you do this to me when I was 3? Why did you do this to my grandfather? I don't have time for that shit.
yeah. I want
And
tangible.
that's why I said on
Yep.
Twitter, I said, and I hate to say it,
Mm-hmm.
but there are some black people that if they could quantum leap back to 1810, they would, and they would go to the gates of the plantation where their ancestors was and yell. They don't want to go in, but they just want to yell, why didn't you love me? Why don't you love me? They would go straight to the gates, shaking the gates. Why don't you love me? That's what they would do. Because that's what it's all about. It's not about anything tangible. They just want to be loved by white people.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, I'm gonna show some examples where people straight up said that, like literally,
Yeah.
like there's a lot of times where I think we're deciphering something, low key and subliminal, and then right after you and I say it amongst ourselves, or we think it, someone will straight up give the jig away and just tweet it explicit, like
Man.
and just make the subtext into text.
I wonder where's Mario at. I wish Mario, because man, Mario he be on this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
He be on it. And I've seen stuff like, cause I don't know, we might have to change the podcast name to Negro Damas Sharks or something, because I swear to God, I'm seeing stuff on Twitter today that we said years ago, 2 years ago.
Oh yeah. We used to like hashtag that stuff and hashtag it champagne psychics, because a lot of stuff we would say would just come true. But like, even this whole article, they get to the end, they just talk about all the people you should thank and what they did, but not a single thing outside of a pat on the head gets. I mean, it closes with, it's not too early to say thank you to Abrams, and that's another thing I'm trying to pretend that Stacey Abrams did everything on. They're very big into kind of creating a single hero all the time. And liberals, I know, are big with that. They take away the sense of community and sense of organizers. There's a lot of organizers. To Stacey Abrams' credit, she's given some lip service saying it's not all about me, but
right.
they've made it like she single-handedly delivered Georgia, and I'm like, if she could single-handedly deliver Georgia like that, then why didn't she win? You know,
Yeah, why
like,
didn't she win? Exactly.
yeah. So come on now.
And plus, I'm not trying to talk shit,
Yeah,
but she's got the persona and the look that they want.
exactly. And she writes young adult novels. They love
Yeah.
that stuff.
Don't get it twisted. These people are very fixated on imagery. Black
Yep.
people as a whole are fixated on imagery. That's
Not
why
just
we
black,
end up in a lot of situations
not
that
even
we're
just
in.
black people, white people, because
White
white
people,
people are the
yeah.
ones who are selecting her. I don't think
Yes.
black people care about, if a black woman writes
She's got to
young
look
adult novels.
she's got
Yeah,
to look a certain kind of way. She's got
yeah,
to have a certain type of, if she doesn't look a certain kind of way, she's got to have a certain type of politics.
yeah. It's the white people that really like Stacey Abrams type of look
Yeah.
and politics even
It,
more than the black people. I
it
think. Yeah,
reminds them of something.
yeah, yeah, yeah. The M word. Yeah.
Yeah, it reminds them of something. So
Yeah, it's that neo-mammyism. They like
yeah.
it brings back that mammy. Oh, thanks for the donation. Rock the mic, appreciate it. I haven't been looking at the chat, so if anyone else
Oh,
has
I haven't
been,
either.
yeah,
Jeez.
so if anyone else has been donating, we appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm slipping, man. I forgot to shake the tin cup, man. I'm just so happy that Biden has won. I'm doing backflips, so I
I
just,
know, right?
yeah. Stacey needs 200,000 to pay. Yo,
Shit, we all do.
we got the funniest live chat, man. I was saying the one to still beat is Adam Thomas and the Half the Frankfurter, but some people have been coming close, in the past couple of streams. I feel like he raised the bar where a
He
lot of
raised the
people,
bar, yeah.
yeah, a lot of people are stepping up. We got a couple months left. Maybe someone will beat Roland Martin, Half a Frankfurter, but I don't know.
Even I've been seeing today a couple of I guess they're Greeks or whatever, and they're talking about, we need to talk about how elitism in these Greek fraternities are, I forgot what the tweet was saying, and I quote tweeted, I'm like, we've been talked about this. I said Steve Coakley talked about this in 1996, Sigma Pi Phi, and how they resemble skull and bones, and they're
Yeah,
gatekeepers of white supremacy. And it's like, I don't, and I get it. There's certain people, I'm not gonna say their names, but there's certain people that I know for a fact they don't like, they're mad at me on Twitter. I talk to them all the time about other stuff, but they're mad at me because when I start tweeting about politics, and especially about that shit, they don't like it because they're a part of those groups. So I could tell because they don't respond to my tweets anymore. Whenever I tweet them, they don't respond anymore.
yeah.
Because I know they've seen what I've been saying about the Greeks and all that kind of stuff. And really, I mean, at the end of the day, you really have to ask yourself, like, what is the end game? Like, okay, you're in a Greek fraternity and sorority or whatever, and so is Kamala. Now what?
Yep. Check this out, right? And this guy, I wanted to like him, and I heard his first book is good, but lately he's seems like he's been on that white ally kind of hustle himself of trying to kiss up to white allies. And he's trying to get into that diversity and inclusion hustle, you know what I mean? So check this out. This guy, I want Ibram Kendi. Also, when that study came out showing how bad black men have it, even compared to black women, he was one of the people. Again, the Rod Shetty study, they didn't say anything that was a lie, used data, but a lot of those intersectional feminists tried to use it as an attack because it was too sympathetic to black men, and it was kind of undermining their claim that black women are doubly oppressed versus black men and white women. Like, it was showing that black women are way more socially mobile right now and have way more social mobility than black men, and black men actually are at the bottom of the cast. He was one of the ones that was treating it like an attack on black women, and he was doing threads saying that New York Times. He was telling people to ignore the study.
Of course.
And it wasn't that the study was saying racism isn't real or that black women have it great. It was just saying that a lot of our assumption about how patriarchy helps black men is not true. And, we have to kind of rethink this talk that we're doing about this hierarchy. And he was telling people to disregard the study, poo-pooing, the findings about black men and saying it was misogynistic. I really looked at him funny after that. I wanted to have him on the show originally, and then after that, I was like, I do
Yeah,
not
he's
think.
paying. Well, this is when did he tweet that? November 7th. So today, yeah, he's pandering. This is the time. This is the job application. That's what this is.
Yeah,
I want the love of black voters right now to transform into love of black people. Are you out of your fucking mind?
yeah, exactly. The idea that the job of politics is to make people love you. That's not. It's to get power. You know.
Nobody talks like this except us.
Yes.
No other community talks like this because they don't give a fuck if you love them or not. They love themselves.
Just give
This
me
is
stuff. Like, do you think everyone who panders to Israel or caves to pressure from Zionists or the ADL, the Anti Defamation League, do you think they all actually like Jews? There's a
no,
lot of people who don't like Jewish people, but who
absolutely,
give them what they want. You know,
absolutely.
yeah, yeah. And we just care more about being liked and being seen
Look,
above everything else.
if you don't even like yourself, why the fuck would I give you anything?
Yeah, exactly.
You
And
know what I'm
besides,
saying? You don't
yeah.
even love yourself. I mean, look, all I got to do is, put something on TV for you to argue amongst yourself, and it ain't even got to be real.
And the funny thing too is these people don't even care if black people like them. If you notice, a lot of times when they tweet out of pocket shit about black men or the black community, they'll be like, "Guess these hoteps, hit dogs
Oh yeah,
holler, f these hoteps," or if it doesn't,
everybody. If you don't agree with them, you're a hotep.
yeah, but not just that. They almost take it as a sort of pride when a lot of
Yeah.
black people get mad at them. Like they don't, but white people, they're very, even when they're mad at white people for not for treating them bad, it's a different thing. It's like with black people, clap back at them. It's like, well, I guess you're a bunch of hoteps. Well, beat it. Who needs you? You guys are albatross in the black community. Whenever white people don't like them, it's like it's time to meditate on why so much racism.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
so tired. It hurts, and it's this and that, and
It's
why
it's just like it's just
it's
like
like legal
how
spiritual.
it's just like on plantations, the kids would get beat harder by their family members because the family members were afraid for the kid.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what
Hmm.
they do. They'll beat their own. Now again, they ain't gonna say none of this shit in real life, but they want to beat black people harder because they feel like in this day and age, it's almost like they're kicking a soccer ball and they're about to
Yeah.
score a goal, and all of a sudden here comes this black person like, oh shit, I gotta hurry up and get down and kick this ball. You know what I'm saying? I gotta score this goal. If I don't score the goal, we're gonna lose. No, no, no. If
Yeah.
I don't score the goal, I'm gonna lose.
Yeah, exactly. You're messing it up for everybody.
You're messing it up for everybody. So that's the
And by
that's the
everybody, I
thing.
mean me.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? You had that back in the 1960s. A lot of black people didn't really care for Martin Luther King Jr. because they felt like he was messing it up for them. They had a good job at the factory. They didn't
Yeah.
want white folks getting mad, and
Got a
they
nice
didn't want he
good
was a
job.
troublemaker. That's what they
Hmm.
called Martin Luther King was a troublemaker. Malcolm X, he was every other radical name.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
Martin Luther King was a troublemaker. He was not loved by all black folks.
Yeah, and that's one thing with revisionism. They kind of make it seem like black people were all split between
Hell
um,
no.
the nice guy Martin Luther King versus the bad guy Malcolm X. When in reality, a majority of black people were like, "F both of them. They're both troublemakers." One is
Yep.
like uh, troublemaker, and the other one is troublemaker squared. But
If they're gonna if they were gonna have someone do what Martin Luther King and Malcolm X was saying, they would have rather be JFK
yeah,
because he's
exactly.
white, he's benevolent. White people, the benevolent slave master. You know what I'm saying? It's that type of shit.
Yeah, and he'll protect them if he's the one saying it,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I want the love of black voters right now to transform into the love of black people. And like, okay, so if they like you, what does that do for you? Like what is love? You're still not asking for anything. Like it's just so like that's the end game. Like even if you want them to love you, the love of you should be a means to the end. Like if you love me, you would do this. If you
Yeah.
love me, you would do that. But it's not a means to the end. It's just the end. And tell me if you hear this. Friend of the
Here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna
friend of the show, Andre, put this up by the famous Kamala.
Got her shoulders bouncing.
Yeah.
She was feeling it when she said that.
that's only gonna benefit black people.
Can you hear it?
No. So I'm not
Yeah.
gonna say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit black people.
Yeah, well, maybe she.
Man, I love that clip because sometimes, man, a lot of times in our community, because the self-hate is so real, we go harder on each other than we do for anyone else. I guarantee you, if it was Latinos or Jews that made that statement, she would not be bouncing her shoulders like that. She'd have some political answer.
Here's a quick annoying thing, though. Somebody responded to Andre and says, "I don't want to say you are late to the party, but this meme has been floating around ADOS since made this vehement declaration." And it's like, okay, who cares if
who cares?
Who cares? First off, who to say he's late to the party? He has been tweeting and talking about this since it first happened.
Yeah, for years.
He just brought it up again. But even if, say, he did just find this, say he only found this a minute before he posted it, and he missed the years that people were tweeting this, which is not true. Andre has seen this for a while, so has the rest of us. Why do you care? Like, I hate as Black people where we, in front of other people, try to get into a side argument. Like I had that one time I was talking to a racist about something, and then some Black person who was supposed to be arguing as a racist with me said, "What are you trying to say about this?" Black women. I'm like, white people and racists, they don't do that. They won't be in the middle of dunking on Black people and then start being pedantic with each other and be like, "Hey, wait a minute, what are you saying about actually Jews only have 5% higher IQ score than Gentiles? Why?" They're gonna get together and finish dunking on Black people or liberals first. Then afterwards, when there's no more enemies around, they'll nitpick with each other. And that was, to me.
And I don't know that person, but I've seen that person on Twitter a bunch of times, and whatever.
Yeah. I mean, always like have to get
it's almost like gangbang. It's like you represent your hood. We started that. We started on this street, homie. Y'all
majoring
can't be we from over here.
Majoring in the minors. Yeah. Do you know how many times I've seen people take something that either by coincidence it's something that we said first, or someone that I know took it from us, and I think, okay, that person is, all I care about is the ideas getting out there.
Exactly.
At the end of the day.
Yeah.
If the ideas getting out there, then I'm happy you're doing it too. I don't have to do it all by myself. You don't have to do it all by yourself. That, if anything, that shows the ideas gaining traction. Like, what kind of person in the middle of something they believe getting traction and being thrown out there just wants to bring up, "Hey, remember where you saw it first? I'm not saying you're late to the party." Someone did that to Mario the other day, where I was saying,
"Oh yeah, I did. Yeah. I seen that.
Yeah. Where Mario tweeted something, is like, and the person goes, "Damn, Negro's just figuring this out." I was like, how do you know he just figured this out? Like, and even if he did, if you agree with it, why do you care? Just be happy people figuring it out. Like, everybody wants to show that they're the smartest Black person in the room all the time.
All right. You got nigga of the day on Twitter. There you go. I mean, it's like she just derailed the conversation for no apparent reason because she's a part of a group and they supposedly started something. Who the fuck cares?
Yeah, and this is not specific to ADOS. All types of Black people do this. This is not specific to them. It could have been anybody. It could have been a Black leftist. Could have been anybody. But it's just, I wish we would stop doing that. Like just finish the job and know when to talk about what.
It's like all of this. I've been posting a lot of wrestling analogies and tweets and stuff lately. And I swear to God, man, a lot of this is like what she just did was like honky tonk man coming from the back with a chair when you're going in for the pin, and you guys are on the same side. Like, what are you doing? Like, why would you do that? You know what I'm saying?
Somebody, this meme that came up where someone found this old Halloween picture and
man, that's cold, man.
That's cold. I also feel, I wonder where this guy is. Like,
well, he left another tweet earlier. Did you see the tweet he left earlier?
Talking about this guy? Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh wait, you're talking about the guy in the picture? I'm talking about the guy in the picture. Oh, you're talking about the guy who made the tweet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he did. I was gonna put that up next. This is the other tweet where people are curious.
Who is that Black guy? Oh wow.
Yeah. So it's like, you know,
That's sad, man.
isn't that bad?
That makes my heart hurt looking
Yeah,
at that.
it does.
Man.
But I've seen these pictures float around for a while, and I always wonder if anybody could find. What I'm guessing is these people were in the freshman year of college, and they
Yeah.
were just happy to fit in and whatever.
Yep.
And I wonder if they cringe anywhere, like, you know, because it's been around for years. These people are probably out of college.
Oh, I remember seeing that picture, that one right there with the girl. I remember seeing that when I was on Facebook. That was like 7-8 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably out of school. They're probably in the workforce, and every now and then that picture probably like turns up. Like, I hope they at least cringe. I hope they at least cringe, man.
How do you not delete? Well, you can't delete it now because it's been shared millions of times.
Oh yeah,
but I mean, God.
So people know who that girl is. Are you saying the girl is English? The one in the picture? Has it been? Yeah, both of them are supposed to be Scooby Doo. They're both wearing the white friends. At least she has clothes on. The other guy went like half naked. He was topless. I don't know what's on his bottom. Hopefully he had long pants. I hope he didn't just come out in briefs.
He went.
Yeah, that's
and he looked too happy.
And what I love about those pictures, right? If only just one of them came out, what would happen is if only the female one came out, a bunch of like black borderline MRAs, black proto MRAs or whatever you want to call them, they would be like, that's why he's black women, blah blah, these intersectional feminists, and if it was reversed, you'd have a bunch of like divestors and swirlers and intersectional feminists saying black men are the weakest link. I love that there's one of each gender, and it just kind of shows this problem is bigger than your stupid.
That guy, man, he went straight. He went full Butch Lewis. Remember Butch Lewis used to have no shirt on and just have a bow tie.
Yeah,
Butch Lewis, man. What the fuck?
That's a good association. Somebody sent me a tweet. I want to see if it's something worth putting. Oh yeah. Here's another one. Okay, someone just sent me this. I think it's a good one. And this is the other thing too, man. Like, there's so many good things. Well, good as in terrible, but good as in illustrates our point. Look at this. There's a lot of these going around. These cool ass white folks. This is 38 seconds ago. These cool ass white folks in DC yelling, "Thank you, black women. Me, you're welcome," and giving the wink. Like, oh God, you guys got stop it.
I really did believe. It's probably my own ignorance, but I really did believe that black people would have grew out of this shit long time ago.
Yeah, but also like, look at this, right? Shanita Hubbard, she's a blue check. I forget what she does. I've seen her a lot. Oh, National Association of Black Journalists chair, and she's writer of all this stuff. And she wrote a book.
She's one of the people Andre was not Andre. Was it Andre? No, Terrain. She's one of the people that Terrain was talking about.
Yep.
Not specifically, but
the type.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
And of course, she has a book coming out. These people are always represented by authors. By agents. It's fiction. Author of Miseducation, A Woman's Guide to Hip Hop, and I'm sure it's going to be great.
Biting off of Lauryn Hill, trying to get some type of hip hop.
Yeah,
association.
It's called Miseducation. I'm sure it's going to be about how toxic male hip hop is. And how
they had to fight for everything.
And the female hip hop people are like the enemy of the male ones and stuff, right?
But why do these people never? I didn't want to cut you off, but why do these people never mention Sister Soldier?
Oh, that's a good. Because white people don't like Sister Soldier. That's why white people don't like. Even though Sister Soldier didn't really do or say what she was accused of doing, Bill Clinton just kind of caved the same way Obama caved with. Who was the person Obama caved with? Anyone remember in the chat? I forget, but the woman that he let the Republicans punk him on and fired, then he offered her a job back, but she had too much pride to take it. They don't treat black people black women like mules. They do, you're right. But not just that, they treat them like dogs.
Yeah, like dogs.
Remember that is it's like there's this Reddit called r/aw, and Oz and look at the puppy. And there's things like puppies and bunnies and stuff that and there's just different pictures. So it'll be a
I
picture.
summoned him.
Yeah.
Summoned him.
They talk about it like a post on that, like where everyone posts, oh, look at the cute doggy. Oh, I want to give him a hug. That's how they talk about it. But what's scary is a lot of these blue checks eat it up. Look at this. It's the Shanita Hubbard thing, right? You're welcome, Black women. And she's got her book and everything coming out. And then this white person, we do not deserve Black women, but I'm so thankful for you. And look at this woman, whatever.
Cannabis.
Thank you. Yep. Bingo. And there's Black people in here too. And then everyone's saying thank you. Same old stuff. And this thing was just posted. So give it time. It's gonna hit full speed soon. It's just gonna be so full of white people saying thank you. And then Black people preening and being so happy that because that's something else I saw where white people were thanking Black women particularly, because 80% Black men might as well be nobody. Basically. So not Black men because
slow golf clap, huh?
What's that?
A slow golf clap for the 80% of Black men, huh?
Yeah, if even that, man. Oh
no, it ain't a slow golf clap. It's you better, nigga. That's what you better do.
Thank you, Kelvin.
Well, you know what? I will say this though. I will say this. I will say this. I have seen a lot of people. There were some people that tried to start about the 18% that voted for Trump, but a lot of people are like, nah, we not giving that no energy. We gonna give props to the 80% that showed up or whatever. So I've seen that. I'll be fair and point that out. But at the same time, what is there to exactly be proud of for being supportive in those large numbers and not getting anything in return for it? You see what I'm saying? Like just the pat on the back and the handshake, and that's it. Like, they're happy to get that though. The people who speak for us and that go out there, they're happy to get that shit.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, go ahead, bro. What's up?
No, I was going to say. Oh no, I'm sorry. I heard a break. I was just going to say, you look real good. The camera and everything. I don't know if you're doing something different, but the camera is super clear.
You got the Mario Kart wallpaper back there. Okay.
Yeah, but you look super. No,
I'm over here.
I was wondering if you did something different or the internet's extra good. Like you look and sound really clear.
I think the internet is working pretty good right now. So
shout out to Red Shrek.
What I'll do now is our
super chat.
Yeah, shout out to Red Shrek.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you were done. We'll go on.
No. I was just saying I'll just refresh my router before I get on here now. You know what I'm saying? And that seems to help a little bit.
Oh, it helped a lot, more than a little bit. Yeah. Like you're super clear, like orally and like visually. I just wanted to give you props on that. That was very good.
Appreciate it. I'll take whatever props I can get, man. Depressing times for us that had the strategy of not voting and
wait. What do you mean depressing times, man? You're not sleeping better? Like, okay now? You're gonna go out.
Yeah. I'm more worried than ever.
Yeah.
I'm more worried than ever because those of us who were on the side of putting pressure on the system, particularly on the Democratic side of things, since we are people to support them the most, they made us look bad, bruh.
Bad look. It really is a bad look.
Andre tweeted something great an hour ago. He said, everybody want a seat at that table, even when their own people on the menu.
Damn.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That was a good one. You see how some of them people are talking, man. When the crime bill comes up, they sound like Republicans. I'm like, God damn, you sure you didn't vote for Trump?
Yeah.
You sure?
And Ken and I did one recently about the truth about the crime bill. I don't remember if you came on later in that one, but at the time we were talking about it, it was just me and Ken. You might have come on later, but we played all these like horrible audio, and I was surprised. A lot of people were telling me that's the first time they saw that stuff. This is this meme right here. The hand in the water is going to be Black people, and the hand in the left is going to be the Democratic Party. Now that Biden's won, They're gonna be like, "Hey, thank us," and they're gonna give him a high five and then let him continue drowning.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. This is a good comment because it is impressive. It is impressive, and it goes to show at the end of the day, man, fear works.
Oh
Fear works, and they were able. I'm thinking though, because it took a let Donald Trump is a historically incompetent president. I mean, let's keep it 100. I mean, incompetency on just astronomical levels, right? So I'm wondering, I want to tell myself and convince myself that, okay, it was just the prospect of another 4 years of this dude that really made people so scared that they just said, you know what, Biden ain't shit, but I'm gonna go out and vote. And that's what they say, at least, you know, on the surface, that's what people are saying. You know, I know Biden ain't shit, but Trump had to go. My problem with that is I remember this exact same rhetoric when George W. Bush was in office, especially during his second run when he was going up against John Kerry. I remember people specifically saying the same types of things about George W. Bush. He was incompetent. He's a warmonger. He's going to lead us into World War III.
Yep.
You know, it's over with.
Mara, you remember?
Back in chains.
You remember?
All of that.
Yep.
Yeah. So the rhetoric is not that much different, and the level of panic really doesn't seem to be that much different either. I remember that shit.
Yeah, man. I was just talking about that earlier when we went on, and I said I have to remember that there's a lot of people that were, you know, in 2000 they were 9. Now they're what, 24, 25. You know what I'm saying? So they don't remember how reckless shit was from 2000 to, I mean, oh my God, after 9/11, shit was, I mean, everybody, that was when YouTube really started blowing up because of people like Alex Jones making those conspiracy documentaries and documentaries like Zeitgeist exposing the Federal Reserve and talking about wars. And man, it was crazy. So I always thought, and I always have to remember that a lot of people don't remember that stuff because I swear to God, I don't want to be too long-winded, but I knew a white dude, this cat here locally, man, this white dude could ball, like play basketball real good, right? So it's summertime. This is like 04, 03. I'm coming from Nike, it's summer, hot as hell. Man, this dude was so immersed in this shit, he quit playing basketball, dropped out of college, quit playing basketball, and was selling DVDs at Pioneer Square downtown of remember Loose Change?
Yeah.
Of that and a bunch of all these conspiracy documentaries. And at that time, I wasn't on shit. I was on some other shit. So I was like, he was like, "Oh, Kenny, what you doing?" I'm like, "Nigga, what are you doing?" You know what I'm saying? He gave me the documentaries. I went home and watched the shit. I was like, "What the fuck?"
How long ago was that?
2003.
Oh man, it reminds me of a similar story. But first, are you done?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, this is really quick. What this person here said, those Biden vids from the 90s were going around a lot during the primary, and that was in response to me saying some people told me it's the first time they heard of it. Yeah. I agree, but I also think we get spoiled because we're on Twitter, and Twitter, as toxic and horrible as it is, you find out a lot of weird stuff. Not weird, but we find a lot of stuff that a lot of people are not talking about. You know, like it is good for being informed about a lot of stuff that the mainstream news is not talking about. Yeah. So I think some of those people that follow us on YouTube, a lot of people follow us on YouTube or the podcast don't mess with Twitter. Like in the Discord, there's a lot of people in the Discord who are really active Champagne Sharks fans who do not even have a Twitter account. So I'm not surprised that like we forget how little Twitter actually represents of the
social media space.
Way down the line. Way down. And Jate, Jate know who I'm talking about.
The story that you're telling,
see that's why I put it.
Yeah, he know who I'm talking about.
The story that you're talking about, what it reminded me of when I was in the late 90s, we knew this dude, right? I'm not gonna say his name, but it began with an N. He was a guy in 1998, he just didn't want to work. He wasn't doing crap. And we're like, yo, dude, why are you not working? The rest of us were like going to college and doing this stuff. And he was like, yo, the New World Order is coming. He was reading Behold a Pale Horse.
Oh yeah, that's
the New World Order book, and like The Secret Science by John Baines. And I used to read all that crackpot stuff. But I'm like, I'm still moving my life forward. You know, it kind of reminds me of, in a way, how we talk about how with a lot of black radicals or black socialists, they kind of try to discount the fact that people need to find a way to get by in capitalism, even while people are fighting for this socialist utopia. It was kind of the same thing. This guy was like, why do anything? Because the New World Order is coming. So he was just reading Illuminati books all day and whatever. And the 2000, and if people forget about this, but even the music, like
when Immortal Technique
that song, I make sure everything remains raw. He ends the song, there's only 5 years left.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember that.
He was talking about the New World Order. Like a lot of people really thought like the Illuminati was and the Y2K bug.
That shit was, and again,
it reminds me of your friend. Like
and I haven't talked to this dude in like 5 or 6 years. I don't know where he is now. But people really do forget how crazy shit 9/11 fucked people up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like people don't want to admit it. 9/11 fucked people up.
Yeah, it did.
And there was no
changed
internet
people's whole politics.
Oh my
People's
God.
entire politics changed after 9/11, you know. There's a lot of people who used to be liberals that switched to full on,
absolutely,
damn near neo-Nazi conservatives. Man, it was an amazing thing.
I knew dudes that I grew up with after 9/11. The first man, and a couple of them didn't come back. They enlisted to the military. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. My boy Aaron, my partner, went over and he got killed over in Fallujah. Ran over a roadside bomb, blew up the truck. Man. His family was so devastated they left Portland and moved to Texas or something like that. Like it was all messed up. So many people got wrapped up mentally. And I have to remember that a lot of these people that's on Twitter that's 26, 27, 28, nigga, they was 12 in 2000.
Oh yeah.
You know, they was 9, they was 8. So I can't expect for them to get it, because I got Behold a Pale Horse right on my bookshelf right now. My dad gave it to me. You know what I'm saying? I read that book. I was like, what the fuck is this shit?
In fact, I was thinking of rereading it just for kicks, you know?
Yeah.
But someone said we're not slandering Busta Bus. I'm like, no, I was with him.
I was with him too.
But I was saying, Busta Bus, like me, still lived his life. He didn't stop making albums. He didn't just say, hey, fuck it. I'm like, you know, he's, and you know, Kim Mitchell, he just checked out of society, you know, but some people.
It went from that. I mean, I think, you know, because of politics and, you know, a lot of younger people, they're being influenced by people that don't have their best interests. They just don't know it. So the cycle starts all over again. You know what I'm saying? The same cycle that we went through with Bill Clinton going on Video Hall, blowing the saxophone. I think I was 12 when that shit happened. Y'all remember that?
People can't even remember 2016. They can't even keep the lessons of 2016. So can you imagine going back further? Like, shoot. The way everyone was blindly believing polls, despite what happened in 2016. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mario. What were you saying?
No, I got a question for y'all. So where exactly does this put the whole Black empowerment movement? Like, where does that put not only them, not only us and them, but also the whole leftist movement, right? Because a lot of them were like, we're not supported by now. I don't know if obviously a lot of people who said that went out and supported Biden anyway, but the talk was just let everybody cook and let it be what it is. You know what I mean? But looks like all those people that was talking all that rah shit, they ran out and voted for him.
Yep.
So where does that take us now? Do you think that the movements are significantly hit after this? Because people just said, fuck what y'all talking about. I'm voting. Or because we know we're going to have these same, let's keep it 100. We're going to be having these exact same conversations 4 years from now. People still, unarmed Black people are still going to be getting killed.
Absolutely.
Police officers are not going to get prosecuted.
Yep.
Or if they do get prosecuted, they're not going to get convicted. We're still going to have the lowest rate of unemployment in our community.
Yep.
We're still going to make up the largest portion of the homeless population. Whatever the issues are now, they're going to be the same issues that we're talking about 4 years from now.
Well, what I said earlier before you got on, and I tweeted it too, I told T, I said, you know, the way these people have got it all surmised on Twitter and online, you know, if the police kill somebody, they're not going to blame Joe Biden. They're just going to say, oh, the police are mad because Trump lost. That's all they're going to say. You know what I'm saying? And we'll still be at the bottom barrel of every statistic as a group. Now, a couple of Negroes might get a couple of candy canes to lick on, but we still gonna be at the bottom of the barrel as a group. Does Biden administration actually still meet with Ice Cube now? No.
No, why?
Please.
Why? They got what they wanted, bruh. They don't have to meet with shit. Now they might dangle because there's a Senate runoff election coming up in Georgia that could actually give them the Senate.
Right. So,
they may play footsies with people for a little while longer, but especially if they get that Senate. Oh man, it's nigga.
Here's me being uncharacteristically optimistic. Very uncharacteristically optimistic. This might be the best case scenario of the election, and I'll say how. The fact that Biden won while still losing the black male vote, losing the black female vote, and by losing, I don't mean actually losing. He still overwhelmingly got it, but I mean he lost part of it. I'm saying
he lost some water. He lost more water along the way now than he did.
He lost 4 percentage points among black men, black women, and actually he lost across the board with everybody except for white men. It might cause a situation where he's like, okay, if I ran against an open racist and I still lost non-white support, next time around, I better shore that part up. I think the best case scenario is for him to win, but still black people abstain from voting, because then it might be like, okay, I gotta take care of this problem. I'm only gonna keep hemorrhaging them if I don't. Now that's rational. I mean, all know that white liberals and Democrats are very prone to do irrational things, but I was kind of struggling to look for a plus side, and that's the one, whether I believe it's likely or not, that's the one possible plus side that, someone said Biden won't run again, he'll be 81 years old. Yeah, that's true. But if he does, or if Kamala wants to have some goodwill going in, because Kamala was weaker than Biden with black people. So she really needs to shore it up. Yeah.
I just, man, it's like a punch to my gut, man. I feel like I feel like the Boule niggas won. Yep. I feel like, I'm trying to soften the blow by convincing myself that it was because Trump was just so horrible.
Yeah.
That people just said to hell with it. He's got to go. But
I think that's part of it. That's the main thing.
Yeah. I just don't even want them people even thinking that they had any effect on this, but they gonna give themselves so many damn pats on the back, man. It's gonna be disgusting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think part of it is, I think a lot of it, especially from the older people, that don't have nothing to do with social media. I think the older people, they just wanted Trump out of there. They'll fall on the sword just to get him out of there because he's such a fucking piece of shit.
I think maybe a lot of Republicans are worried that he was ruining the brand too. Like even if they got
too.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that, T. They're very quiet. You know what I'm saying? They doing that fake hustle where they do the bare minimum to kind of try to make it look like they're trying to cover for him, but in reality, they in the back laughing at him. Like,
you see that's what Marco Rubio and my man Chief Wiggum, Chris Christie, that's what he was doing when they were talking about when Trump was talking about he won. They were like, "Oh no, we got to count all the votes." I was like, "What?"
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right, exactly.
But in 2016, they would have been like, "Nope, it's over."
Right. So a lot of them Republicans. There's a group in I think in Arizona called Republicans for Biden, and they had a huge impact, from what I understand, in terms of getting out and doing all the backdoor dealing behind the scenes and getting some of their money people to not support Trump. So there is some internal warring going on within the Republican Party as well that kind of contributed to that shit too, because I don't know if demographic shifts are enough to explain, because Georgia has always had a high black population. So I don't know if you can use demographic shifts to explain how Georgia could turn blue and how Arizona could. Arizona,
yeah, thank you. Yeah,
Arizona, I could see it, but Georgia that was some back dealing going on, but it was some Republicans that just decided to to stay home and or either flat out vote for Biden.
Well, they don't want to go down with that ship. That ship is sinking, and it's a bad ship, and it's a long-term bad ship. So might as well shake the fleas now,
right?
Instead of trying to shake the fleas in 10 years, then you really fuck. So it's almost like you said, Republicans for Biden. I understand it.
Yeah, and here's another thing too. Republicans are, and this is just my observation. They seem more willing and able to weather the storm of a Democratic president and better prepared for it than the reverse.
Absolutely.
The Republicans look at the presidency as a rubber stamp.
Yeah.
That's basically it. For the Democrats, the presidency is a prestige position. It's the be all end all of everything. This is the person who we have representing our brand to the entire world. This is the most important thing ever, right? Meanwhile, Republicans, they shore up state legislatures, they shore up governorships, they shore up city councils. So they'll kick back and they'll be like, okay, cool. Y'all got the presidency. Okay. That's cool. We can weather the storm for 4 years. We can weather the storm for 8 years.
Yeah, because we know y'all not gonna press to do nothing. Y'all not gonna press our line.
Yeah,
right. Because if you do, we got the numbers in key places to where it at least won't affect my little fiefdom that I have here in Hackensack, New Jersey, or some backwater city somewhere in Louisiana or something like that. They like, oh, you're not gonna touch us here.
One way I would put it that goes along with what Mario says, to add on to what Mario said, is I've been noticing this. I feel like Democrats think of this as a title or a season, where you get to win. And Republicans think of it as like a game or a war. What I mean by that is that, like a never-ending battle, like a real war. Because, for example, like if you're
one battle in a long war.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you're thinking of an actual game on the way to, a championship, like it's in football, it's like a ground game. It's like sometimes there'll be Hail Mary passes, sometimes there'll be like long bombs, but sometimes it's just I'm getting
ground
1 yard. Yeah, it's ground and pound, 1 yard at a time, and
the Democrats are throwing Hail Marys every fucking play.
Yeah, but not just that. The Democrats just think about the title. Like, okay, who won at the end of the season? Who gets? They don't care how ugly it happened. They don't care if what happened. They just want the bragging right of the title. There's no actual like with the war. It's like, okay, in this war we have to actually fight for something to happen. There's something that we want to happen, but a title is just like a kind of academic or bragging rights thing. Like, yeah, we got the title. We brag for like a year, and hopefully we get the title again next year. But there's no actual things to achieve if you're just treating it like that kind of game. And I think that's how Democrats kind of treat it. Like the right team won. We get to party like it's a Super Bowl, and that's it. And they don't care about the shape of the team, if the team's gutted, if everyone's going to be traded next year because we overspent, if you don't care about the state of each game and how the game was won, none of that. And I think Republicans actually have tangible goals they want to achieve. They want to, this is the only thing I think Democrats believe in. They believe in two things. They believe in better things are not possible. That's the first thing. So that the best you can do, better things are not possible.
Okay.
So the best thing you can do is try to slow down how worse things get, right? Better things are not possible. So, let's just slow down how much worse things can get. And let's make sure that this never improving reality is at least diverse. So it's the same shitty world, but now we have women of color, queers, trans, white women, and whatever making up. Like, let's have a democratic shift of this never able to improve reality. And then 2, abortion. Abortion is the closest thing I've seen them have to like a real cause, like cultural plurality, and abortion is the only thing they believe. Whereas Republicans have like a long laundry list of things that they want society to look like. Ironically enough, I think Republicans believe that a better world is possible more than liberals do. The only difference is their idea of a better world is going back to the 1800s, Yeah.
or the 1950s.
The 1950s,
that too.
Yeah.
Whereas the Democrats, they don't believe any better world is possible. They think being a good guy is just
Right.
trying to keep the status quo.
Yeah, they're Batman. They're Batman. They don't have any real weapons.
Yeah, exactly. And Arkham Asylum is just Gotham never gets any better. It just stays the same. It's still corrupt.
The same.
Arkham
The Joker always gets away. It's like G.I. Joe the cartoon. Cobra always gets away in the end. They never die. The same shit over and over again. Cobra never gets away.
I just want to play this real quick so I can get it off the screen because it's been on the screen forever. Look at this Negro. Look at this. Tell me if you hear the sound.
John Legend singing at the White House. That's another thing. All the athletes and celebrities are going to be back in the White House now. They're going to be real happy about that. Go ahead, T. I'm sorry.
Well, it's easier to be a parent this morning. It's easier to be a dad. It's easier.
I think I may have spoke too soon about my internet connection.
Okay.
Character matters.
Hold on.
It matters. Telling the truth matters. Being a good person.
My neighbor downstairs playing the "Fuck Donald Trump" song.
Oh wait, if you can't hear and see this, I'm gonna wait until you can hear and see because this is worth hearing and seeing. Let me stop it and restart it. See if that helps because Mario, you have to see this. You gotta see this. It's so unprofessional and it's so to be cringe, but it's like I'm mad like you, boss. I'm happy like you, boss. It's just reeks of that. Oh, hold on.
Thoughts.
There we go.
Well, it's easier to be a parent this morning. It's easier to be a dad. It's easier to tell your kids. Character matters. It matters. Tell them it matters. Being a good person matters. And it's easier for a whole lot of people. If you're in this country, you don't have to worry if the president doesn't want you here. If you're an immigrant, you don't have to worry if the president's going to be happy to have babies snatched away or send dreamers back for no reason.
A lot of white people were loving this.
A lot of people who have really suffered. I can't breathe. That wasn't just George Floyd. That was a lot of people that felt.
I can't breathe happened under Obama too. That was the original I can't breathe.
And people who have been afraid to show their racism are getting nastier and nastier to you. And you're worried about your kids and you're worried about your sister. And can she just go to Walmart and get back into her car without somebody saying something to her? And you spent so much of your life energy just trying to hold it together. And this is a big deal for us just to be able to get some peace and have a chance for a reset. And
I can finally sleep tonight.
Matters.
How they gonna call me a nigga behind closed doors as opposed to my face now? Thank God.
Yeah, and these people don't understand correlation and causation of any of that because people were getting more racist. Twitter do your thing was happening before Trump. That whole record people acting crazy. Like Trump is a symptom of the rising racism. The rising racism and the being fed up by white people for the impression of losing ground is the cause of Trump. Trump is not the cause. The worst thing you could say is that maybe it's a vicious cycle where the rising racism gave rise to Trump and then Trump enabled it. But where did these people think this energy is going to go? Did they think that, like first off, where did they think it was before Trump? And what do they think is going to happen after Trump? That these people are just going to be like, oh, well, guess it's time to stop being racist. Like,
right.
Yeah, these people are just starting. It's not, even if they go temporarily underground, like, first of all, these people have a better organizing, I think, ground game than.
No, they're out. They're out.
Yeah,
they're not going to go back underground.
Yeah, they're not going back underground.
A good man matters. I just want my sons to look at this. Look at this. It's easy.
He cried when Trump won too, so he cried both times.
To do it the cheap way and get away with stuff, but it comes back around. It comes back around.
I want my sons to see that you can have a crime bill and still get voted for. By the same people you locked up. Yeah, that shows that character matters. Yeah, exactly.
It's a good day for this country. I'm sorry for the people who lost.
Why'd you even say that?
For them, it's not a good day.
He said, "I'm sorry for the people who lost." These people have no killer instinct.
For a whole lot of people, it's a good day.
That's the worst part. I'm sorry for the people who lost. Like, these people don't even have the killer instinct that they need to hold on to power.
Yeah. Van Jones, you know, I'm not gonna go too hard. He's a good Uncle Tom. You know, he's
He really is. He's that guy that, you know, at the end of the day, I don't even know what to say without saying anything negative about him, so I'm not gonna say nothing.
Yeah.
No, you guys gotta understand this. The audience, you have to understand how huge this is for Ken to say that.
God damn, man. I just can't even
say that.
No, I mean, it's definitely true, man. It's definitely true because it's like he's not somebody. I think it's glad that you used the word Uncle Tom instead of coon because I don't feel like he's a coon.
Yeah,
he's not that.
No, he's not a coon.
He's not. Yeah, because people don't understand. Like, people think it's interchangeable. Uncle Tom is someone who's way invested into respectability politics, but at the end of the day, they still like black people. I've never gotten the impression from Van Jones he doesn't like black people, that he likes trafficking and negative tropes about black people, but he does really seem to believe in the whole respectability and decency, wanting to be decency and a seat at the table, and
he's a real idealist or idealist, but
idealist, and that's what Uncle Toms are. Uncle Toms believe in the goodness of white people. They need to.
Yeah.
Or if he's not, he's very good at acting like he is. I don't know.
Yeah,
what
exactly.
He's behind closed doors, but
he's one of those dudes. It's like I said earlier, man. We have a lot of black people that if they could, they would go back. They would quantum leap, like Scott Bakula, quantum leap back to 1810 and go to where their ancestors were on, plantations. They probably still working and stuff. And they go to the gate. Why don't you love me? Shaking the gate. Why don't you love me? What did I do? Like, bro, why are you still asking the same question 200 years later?
Van Jones is a Gen Xer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's Diddy. That's Diddy's era.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You should be about the same age as Diddy.
Here we go. Black people. Torre, our friend and pal.
Fuck him.
Torre. Black people saved America. And sure enough, a black man comes into correct. No disrespect. Black women once again saved America. It's like, listen, instead of always saying that, tell black women what you're going to do for them. That's what really annoys me about this is, the black women who keep saying this, or the black men who keep saying it, never say what they're asking for the thank you. And the white people who say it never say what they're offering. So it's like, no disrespect. Black women once saved America. I understand this need to keep dividing us up. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, black men, worst case scenario, seem to have voted like 80% for Biden. Like, why is that so low that you have to offer a correction? Just shut up. Just let it stand. Black people saved America, whatever. Right. It's stupid anyway. It's not something that it's not a thanks that I want. But
was it a black guy that did that?
Yeah, I'll see what his profile says. Yeah, he's a black guy. He's got a Kwame Ture. I don't know what these people even mean to these people. Like, they're like, someone called people like this today to me, radical integrationist or radical accommodationist, like a kind of paradoxical term. I wish I remember who said that. Whoever said it, I'm sorry. I don't remember who you are, but I want to give you credit. Yeah, but I thought that was a great term, like radical accommodationist, radical. Yeah, so it's like there's a veneer of radicalism, but it's really not radical at all in any shape or form.
Look at B. Scott trying to gas Kenny up. Don't be trying to put a battery in Kenny back. Kenny needs no encouragement. Peace in his life, man. Leave that man alone.
Yeah, I need no encouragement. I've had enough. Put
the battery in back, man.
I won't go hard on people like him, but people like Torre, I will go hard on.
Yeah, because Torre, what he did with Tupac and all that stuff, that Torre borders on the other thing we're talking about. He's beyond Uncle Tom. Yeah. You know what we should call this? And I wish I actually named the episode this. I think I could change the title on YouTube, but this is Crispus Attucks syndrome. This is like a lot of black people will say stuff like, Crispus Attucks saved America. He should be remembered, and like Crispus Attucks should be pitied that he was trying to save. He died trying to save the people that enslaved him. We should celebrate the black people who crossed over to the British side and tried to help take things down.
And I'm not going to be a revisionist, but Crispus Attucks took a bullet to the dome, and he was on the wrong side of history for the most part.
Yeah, you know if he survived, they would have just put him back in slavery.
Yeah, I mean, when the British said, if you come fight for us, we'll set you free. You can come over here with us. And this motherfucker want to get in somebody's business and got his brains blown out.
Yeah. Why are we as a black people celebrating him? I'm not saying we should even vindicate. I mean, I'm not saying we should even attack him, but we shouldn't. We should feel sorry for him at best.
Man,
you know?
Yeah, hell yeah.
And, I only found this out recently. Several thousand black people went back with the British and went back to England to be free. And it's like, wait, why are we kissing Crispus Attucks ass? We should be like remembering those guys. Like, damn, they got off good. They made a good bargain. Like, I don't know why, but America allowed British to leave with their with the black so-called traitors. It's kind of funny that they go into history, even probably among a lot of black people, as traitors. You know. When actually Crispus Attucks was a traitor to himself in a way. Yeah, but that's what these people have. They have Crispus Attucks syndrome. They want someone put up a picture of Crispus Attucks the other day, and I was kind of surprised. They're like, remember Crispus Attucks, another black man who helped save America. It's a black person that wrote it. I was like, dude, you need some help. That's just
good luck what you fucking asked for.
Yeah, like you know, you see yourself as a modern Crispus Attucks, really? You know, but but these liberals are going in. They I gotta admit they're funny though. Did you guys see this one? This one was funny. This was pretty terrible. But I thought this was parody, but it turns out to be 100% real. I don't know if you guys saw it. Oh wait, I don't think the screen is on. Hold on a second. Let me fix it. My screen is frozen. Hold on. I have too many things open. Hold on. I'm gonna put it up now.
They're on there talking about they making jokes about Trump because he was playing golf apparently while announcing it. And I'm like, when men with power are scare quotes playing golf, it ain't just about the game. Trust me.
He's making plans for what comes next. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to play that thing because it has audio from the Marvel movies, and YouTube can never tell anything. They'll say that I was, copywriting infringement. So I'm not going to play it. But they made this crazy video about. They made all the liberals into the Avengers. I'm sure a lot of people have seen it by now. You know, it's funny though. When it looked like Trump was going to win, 17% of black men were going to be the reason why. But now that Biden won, suddenly the 80% of black men who voted have nothing to do with it. They don't matter. It's very interesting when black men matter and when they don't. Well, the other time we matter is when it's time to call for us to defend someone who doesn't even like us, like that activist that they were saying we should defend her, even though
what a clusterfuck that ended up becoming.
Yeah,
man, not only that, there's one today, man. They done found Nipsey's sister on Twitter saying some wild shit.
Oh no,
she about black. What about black on black crime? Then they done found her some old tweets of her praising white dudes. And, oh man, it's all bad, bro.
Another one.
You know, that's what I'm doing now. Whenever I find something, I just like the movie is starting. I'll put that video up of the horse, the TriStar horse.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. That was great. You see when I saw that.
The movie is
Since
starting.
the left isn't going to get a presidential candidate, I don't think I'll vote for another president in my lifetime. Hey man, I'll tell you, the best way for you to have gotten a leftist president was for Donald Trump probably to win again and destroy the country even more. Like it had to be, it had to reach a level of critical mass.
That was my thought exactly. I had Sam Cedar on the show, and he was kind of saying that the same way all this MAGA energy isn't just going to dissipate, he was saying that this leftist and radical energy isn't just going to dissipate, and we can expect a lot of people to hold Biden's feet to the fire. But I'm like, sure, they hold to his feet to the fire, but these people already voted for him. Why does he really have?
What the fuck difference does it make?
Yeah, but maybe. But
that old rhetoric needs to die. That whole we're
Yeah.
gonna hold their feet to the fire. No, you're gonna keep their feet warm.
yeah, give them what they want first, then they'll hold the feet to the fire later.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll say this, at least with the leftists, I kind of feel like they at least are sincere when they say that. They're
Yeah.
going to try to do what they can and be as disruptive as they can. But these bougie blue check Negroes that are saying that, they ain't going to do a damn thing but go swag surf at the White House. That's
all they're gonna do. They're gonna find, and they won't be allowed on the White House lawn. I don't know if they know it or not, but what they're gonna do is they'll rent some building right down the street and be out there stomping with their Sigma Gamma Rho jackets on and all that kind of dumb shit. Like, it's sad because like I was saying earlier, I saw somebody, it was actually a dude that is one of those Greek dudes, and he was telling my man, we need to have a conversation about how these Greek sororities and fraternities need to. We're kind of in the way, and we're not doing the right thing. And it's like
need to have a conversation. Needs to go. Like we need to have a conversation about stopping saying need to have a conversation.
Need to have a conversation.
Make a plan. How about that? How about instead of we need to have a conversation? How about here's my proposed plan? Like say what you will for Ice Cube. He didn't say we need to have a conversation. He gave a plan. Even if you think the plan sucks, it's way easier to revise a document than it is to come up with one. And, at least you can debate it and edit it and do whatever. But this needs to have a conversation. And that's why these people get elevated, because everyone knows that's all they're ever going to do is just have conversations.
They're just going to talk. They're all talk. All talk.
This is another tweet that went up. And this woman, I think she has a book coming. She worked for Elizabeth Warren. Wow. Barack Obama and Geico. I guess she probably did diversity for Geico, and she goes, "Thank Black women, listen to Black women, follow Black women, believe Black women, fund Black women, hire Black women." Look where it's evolving to. I think let's start at the top because look at where she's evolving, and to me, I think the deeper it goes is more what she wants. So she goes, "Thank Black women." Okay. Listen to Black women, follow Black women, protect Black women, believe Black women. Then the second half, fund Black women, hire Black women, center Black women, love Black women.
Well, defer to Black women.
Defer to Black women.
Yeah, defer to Black women.
Yeah, defer to Black women is very interesting. And what's interesting about this? I think the first half is, what she like. Are these the demands? Like, there's no actual demand here except hire us and kiss our ass, and it's the same thing. And people, we're not cherry picking this. You can see this for yourself. Even with Alicia Garza and talking to Ice Cube, that's all they ever talk about is lead. But defer is a whole different level. That's interesting. It's a defer. But what I found interesting too was love Black women, and I feel mixed in with love includes sex too. I think there's a certain degree that the way a lot of these people have the kind of incel energy, I think when they want to be loved, they don't just want the head pat. I think a lot of people, they want it's like the episode of Lovecraft Country, and I don't know if you guys saw this one where Lovecraft Country is a show done by intersectionals and Black queers and stuff, and I think they tell themselves a lot in that show. But then an episode where the Black woman turns into a white woman and is treated as something that every Black person wants, and is treated as like this incredible Faustian bargain, and they have this crazy idea of what being a white woman means. And one of the character who gets to turn into a white woman actively turns down physical money in exchange for being a Black woman. Not even in exchange. The guy says you can become a white woman and get this sack of money, or you can just become a white. And the lady says, I don't need that money. With the attention I get from being white, it's better than that money. The guy wasn't even saying either or. Take this money or be white. He was saying you could still be white even if you take this money. And the lady's like, no, keep the money. She actually turned down the money, with the whiteness.
That's a mental mind fuck right there, boy.
Even though she would have still gotten the money and gotten to be white together. So it reminded me of what Kenny said about how these people always do more than what white supremacists are acting to do. It's like The white guy was like, I didn't even ask you to turn down the money. You could have, you still got the white making potion, right? But when the people who write the show were talking about it, they were I thought maybe they did it to show that the lady's stupid. But I listened to a podcast by the writers, and they're like, yeah, because Ruby knows that whiteness is a currency that's even more than real money. I was like, holy shit, these creators actually believe, they agree with this.
Even white people themselves don't turn down money.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how deluded. They're so fucking deluded.
Yeah.
Damn, that's heavy. You're right.
But one thing about I saw this on somebody else's channel. I can't say credit for this insight. It was a channel called Green Gorilla. This guy made this insight, and it was true. He said that episode tells you a lot, because later in the episode you find this white woman who's trying to be a white man, and he said black women, at least these type of black women, not all black women, I should rephrase that, these type of particular crowd of black women, and I think it applies to this crowd of queer black men, their dream is to be a white woman. Yes. But in the actual episode, the white woman's dream is to be a white man. So a lot of black people are dreaming, both queer black people and straight black women are dreaming of being white women. Well, white women themselves are trying to be white men. Yeah. And I thought that was very, very interesting. So when I see that love black women, I feel, to me, that's like code for let us replace white women.
Yeah. Absolutely. At the end of the day, we know, because in real life,
it's so weak. It just speaks of just total weakness, man.
Love us.
Me. I don't give a fuck about fuck your love.
Yeah. Enough of that.
I need. You know, black people. You know, you would kill your own cousin because he owe you $5. You know what I'm saying? But these motherfuckers ain't giving you shit. Now, I just want you to love me. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. One thing Mario said earlier, right, was that fear. But I think the two biggest motivators are reward and punishment. And the fear is the punishment part. And Mario is 100% right. They're doing a lot of punishment through, fear. But the other part is the reward. And I think just as many black people, maybe even more, depending on which class of black people you're talking about, are as motivated by the reward of white love as they are of the fear of white racism. I think some people don't even deep down even believe that Trump is that much worse for black people than Biden is. I think some of them are actually lying about the fear and are really doing it for the reward of love. Because I've seen way too much love us. Now do you love us? Now do you love us?
And fake love, because they know it's fake love. It's like somebody said, I can't remember dude's name, but we had put one of his tweets up here earlier. He said, black people don't want to fight. They don't want to end white supremacy. They want to end white rejection.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You know what I'm saying? That's what it's all about.
I would add to that. I would add to that too. That
hit.
Yeah,
that hit hard.
Oh, I would add to that too. That I think a lot of black people would rather have fake white love than real black community, than real black love. They'll think that it's like when Cola Booth said, I would rather be the gum on the bottom of a white man's shoe than like the apple of a black man's eye. Like that was heavy. She deleted it, but she said,
"Damn, man, for her to delete something, she
got angry. She was like, I would rather be the gum on a white man's shoe than the apple of a black man's eye." I was like,
for her to delete that means that.
I think even she realized that was a bit too much. Right. She said, I think I gave too much, and that's what he did in that episode. It was very interesting. Like I said, the white woman wants to be a white man, but the black woman just wants to be a white woman and sleep with the white man.
Well, you gotta remember, Cola Booth also said she slept with Osama bin Laden too. So
she's bad shit crazy. But it's funny. I tweeted at her. I said, you know what? I don't know why I got this weird love-hate thing with you. I love how outspoken you are, but you bad shit crazy. And then she responded. She said, "I am not crazy." I am not crazy.
She's out of her fucking tree.
She is out of her gourd. Yeah. Oh man, And there's so many people acting up. There was that woman Naima. I don't know who she is, but she was acting crazy.
Yeah, she's a fucking clown.
Yeah, what was that all about? Like she
Her
was
Jelani
running for. She was the one running for office, right?
Oh no, that was another one. That was Pam Keith. That Pam Keith lady was
she's even further out of her mind.
Yeah, and she's wondering why she's not winning. Like she's like, that's what they're gonna make black people vote for you. You know, to say all that stuff.
No, also your boy Jelani Cobb too, the liar. That
dude's not my boy.
He's a fucking liar, man. This motherfucker said he was walking down the street and a homeless lady said, "Hey, aren't you Jelani Cobb?" Like, what the fuck? That's like Mean Joe Green when he throws the kid the jersey and gives him the Coke. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. Nobody knows who you are. What are you talking about?
Well, I gotta say that happened to me. I was walking down the street. Someone said, "Aren't you Ricky Ross?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's me." What can I say? You know, you want my autograph? I gave him the autograph, and he had the champagne T-shirt, and I signed the T-shirt.
You give him a sticker, just hand him a sticker like the cops or the fire department do kids at the school. Give him
I put it on his forehead. It was really
on his forehead.
Yeah, he was feeling it. Yo, here's the thing. Even if that happened to me, I wouldn't say it. Like it's about 1,000,001 chance that Jelani Cobb story is true. The best thing is he said a homeless woman. He said a homeless woman. He said a homeless woman said, "Aren't you Jelani Cobb?" And then he was like, wow. Like she said, "I may be homeless, but I still read." It's like, oh, get the fuck out.
Nigga, if you don't go fly a fucking kite or two.
Yeah, fly a kite off a cliff, man.
I'm still laughing to walk off with the champagne shark sticker on his forehead. That would be. I'm just the visual of that. See, y'all, let me let the audience in on a little secret because the audience might hear me bust up laughing about stuff and they may not think it's that funny. When I bust up laughing about something, it's because as soon as somebody says it, I'm picturing the visual.
Right.
Like when dude said Roland Martin looked like the front of a hot dog. Instantaneously the visual came to my head, and so then right at that point I'm putting Roland Martin's face on everything I could think of that it
you have a very infectious laugh that even if something's already funny, when you start laughing at it, it just makes it more funnier. Like that Roland Martin thing was funny enough, but like the way you were laughing at it was making.
I was like, man, I ain't never heard Mario laugh this hard before. Like, that shit was funny. It was. And I started to fucking faith on a Nathan's hot dog. Like,
right, you start picturing his face on different kind of round shit. His face on the front of a basketball. You know what I'm saying? His face on the Thomas train. You know what I mean?
I wish I was one of those Twitter people that knows how to make. You know, people on Twitter who make 5 seconds after something happens. Like they have videos and like I wish in real time I could have photoshopped a Frankfurter face onto Roland Martin.
I'm pretty good at putting faces on stuff, but like the one where it's moving with the video, I can't do that. I don't know how they do that.
Like in 5 minutes. Like I remember when the Golden State Warriors won. They had the Golden State Warriors. Like
you remember the one where KD joined the Warriors, and then they did the one where he was like on some WWF. It was some type of betrayal.
Yep. I remember that.
There was one with Baby Boy where when Jordy got his bike stolen, they did that super fast. I was like, how the fuck? Like, did they have him sitting around? Do they have him sitting around in case the same way like they have T-shirts for both teams or whoever wins? You know, like.
They got the memes ready for the one where they had Steph Curry as Harambe the gorilla dragging the kid around, and the kid was LeBron.
I forgot about that one. That was fantastic. Hold on, guys. Check this out. This is more Crispus Attucks syndrome right here, man. Check this out. So somebody tweeted this thing. How ironic that this country's democracy was saved by the very people it once enslaved. Hashtag President-elect Joe Biden. And then, it shows these 4 people, Clyburn, a bunch of black people in the street, and not even that many black people. Actually, it's mostly white people with black people thrown in. Kamala Harris, whatever. Kamala Harris wasn't enslaved by this country.
No,
what are you even talking about?
No lineage to
they're just throwing shit out there. And but anyway, then they go this. And if a white person ever said this to me, I would know I'm doing something wrong in my life. But someone says, from slaves to saviors, heart emoji, American flag. We owe them everything, and we better make sure they finally get it. What it is probably a bunch of hugs. I'm also thankful for Miss Latasha Brown and all the work done by Black Votes Matter. And I want to ask you, right? If it's so bad for everyone else to hijack the phrase Black Lives Matter and trivialize it, why is it okay for other Black people to take Black Lives Matter and trivialize it to votes? Like, if it's bad to say all lives matter or brown lives matter because people are saying, oh, you're bastardizing and trivializing the phrase, why is it okay to keep Black but trivialize lives to votes? Like, to me, that's just as insulting. And I hate that they get away with that. My hope is that we stop failing the people who save us, and these white people. But this is the part that really, how glorious, making me cry again. Thank you, like all these white people saying. But this is the part that really annoyed me, right? I'm a Southern white girl, and this brings tears of joy to my eyes. And the original poster said, "Bless you," like thank you for crying. Like that was really annoyed me. That they went back in the thread and said, and thank the people that were thanking them. I'm like, y'all are just that Crispus addicts, man. It's a bit much.
What was one here, Jeffrey? What was one was you got the orange man out of office. You should take pride in that. You restored dignity to the American Union. That's it.
That's all you got.
You get a Burger King crown.
Oh my God.
Prize out of the Cracker Jack box.
I'm gonna put one more thing that I thought was pretty funny. And in response, what he just said reminded me of this. And I'm gonna say something else about the white leftists and whatever. They're getting a lot of things, but I think there was two ways for them to get somebody in. One was what Mario said, which is to get 4 more years of Trump and things that's so bad that people get so radicalized, that they go crazy and stuff. And next time people are that much ready for a left person. But the other thing would have been, and this is a tough truth a lot of white leftists don't want to hear, but Bernie just even gave a little bit more lip service to Black causes. And if he even did that, I think that would have helped. Like a lot of people said that those Black boomers in Carolina weren't gonna switch from Biden no matter what. But if Bernie even tried, and that's a big problem, Bernie to the end, he wouldn't even lie. He would not commit to anything as far as
in a way. I respect him. I respect him more for that, to be honest.
Yeah.
If you don't really feel that way,
you don't really feel it. Yeah. I respect him more, but at the same time, it also kind of shows them we're not even worth lying to. It's like trying to get ass. It's like trying to get ass, right. And it's like you're not even lie for. You're not even good enough to even lie for. I'm not just gonna
right.
You're gonna give it to me or you're not.
The girl that she gives it to everybody else, and then when it's
good one.
I want you to wait for it. I want you to respect my mind.
Yeah. This one, you have to get the thing out of the way first.
My bad.
Show us real quick, and then you can put it back up. But someone said, "What did we win?" And it reminded me of this video. Put up, right? So if you look at a little cartoon, somebody's getting a trophy, and then they're biting it, then they're popping champagne, then they're saying "F you" to everyone. Then when you look at where they actually are, in the original version of this meme, it's gold, silver, and bronze. And to represent him for Black voters, they changed it so that there's 15 people ahead of him, and he's popping champagne like he won. Yeah.
Let's see. You see, right here is Latinos, and then there's Native Americans, and then there's gay rights, and then there's corporate America, and then there's foreign interests, various assorted foreign interests. Some other miscellaneous bullshit, and then
exactly. Yeah, I mean, we can go on forever, but there's endless examples. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much done. But I'll let you guys talk about anything you want to talk about. I'm chilling today, so I can stay.
Pigs. I've been hearing about it. terrible. Apparently, they're considering it. I don't even know what that is. An informal ban on senatorial picks to keep out Bernie and Warren. What does that mean?
Oh, I don't know, but that sounds interesting. I wouldn't put anything past them because liberals do hate leftists more than they hate actual Republicans. So I can.
Oh, he said, okay, an informal ban on senatorial. So, in other words, they're not going to publicly say it, but
benign neglect
practice. Yeah, there you go. They're going to not consider anyone who is in the Senate. So that automatically keeps out Bernie and Elizabeth Warren. Cold game, because they did a lot to seed their followers to get Biden push, and they're gonna get fucked out of any type of cabinet. But I don't think Bernie's really tripping off of that. Elizabeth Warren may, but I don't think Bernie's giving a fuck about that. He's like, this was my last chance. So
yeah,
that's why I told y'all about grooming successors. You can't let your movement stand and die on one person, man. If you got a true movement, it has to be a chain of succession that you guys are setting up where you're grooming the leaders of the next wave. Because when Bernie is done, who's coming up after him?
Right.
You want to know what was tough for him though?
AOC.
That's I was gonna say what's tough for him is I think he was grooming successors, but I think to me, I could be wrong, but I think AOC is kind of moving to the center. She's getting kind of seduced by the center and the mainstream love because she didn't come out for him as strong as I thought she was going to. It makes me wonder if even the successors that he did groomed are going to be co-opted. I hope not, but
she's a little too young.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's not connected enough, so she hasn't kissed the ring,
Mm-hmm. I don't really see it, man. I don't know. I don't know who's gonna hold that down with that type of conviction. Up after Bernie.
I forgot about this video, by the way. When we were talking about videos, and y'all see this one. Some of you hear the sound on it. It's another crime bill one that I forgot to put up last time. Is there sound?
No.
Okay, let me do it again. I think I forgot to hit the sound button, but this is a good. Yeah, but she was kind of riding the fence in a way that doesn't bode well to me. But but like Mario said, she's young. Maybe she felt she had to bide her time. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But because the Republican Party historically had been against Social Security, it was a cheap shot, and it had some resonance out there. Just like when I first got in politics, even though I come from this background and ran on a law and order platform, I remember the liberals used to say, Biden is, quote, an iconoclast. That was what my newspaper called me, an iconoclast. Because how can he really be a progressive and want to lock these people up? I'm sure my friend from California gets hit with that all. How can you be a progressive and be so tough on crime? Well, I wasn't wedded to the notion. Every time Richard Nixon, when I was running in 1972, would say law and order, the Democratic mantra, the response was law and order with justice, whatever that meant. And I'd say lock the SOBs up. Well, just as it is no longer legitimate to say the Republican Party is against, as a matter of course, Social Security, the Republicans are finding out it's no longer legitimate to say the Democrats are soft on crime. Because guess what? What has every major crime bill that's gotten this far been? A Democratic crime bill. A Democratic crime bill. That's the secret. A Democratic crime bill. A Democratic president wants 100,000 cops.
Yeah, so
I love that. He's confessing it all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he said that he wants. There's another clip I couldn't find in time, but he said later in that same speech.
Can you see that clip, T?
Yeah, I'll send it to you. Something else that he said too. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it in time for today's show. If I find it, I'll put it up next time. He said that he wants us to be remembered, as the senator from Delaware's bill. Like he wanted his name. He wanted this to be his legacy, which makes it ironic that now he acts like it's a sacrilege to tie him to it, like it's his legacy. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what he wanted.
Yeah.
Maybe Nina Turner. I love Nina Turner. But for some reason, I don't know what it is, man. The establishment does not like Nina Turner, and that includes a lot of black people, a lot of black women don't like Nina Turner for some reason, and I have no idea why.
A lot of
is.
liberals don't like her. Liberals really hate her for some reason. They say a lot of kind of racist things, and those black women who don't like her, they're black liberals. A lot of like liberalism, I think, is more of a binding glue than race, gender, anything. Like blue check liberals act so much like each other, it transcends any other commonality they have with anyone else. So yeah, I think those black women, they're not hating her as black women. They just elevate liberalism above any other aspect of their identity.
Let me put this out there, though. Let me put this out there. You know, I ain't into all that colorism and talking about that, but you know, it is very interesting that she's a dark-skinned black woman that is very outspoken and very passionate whenever she speaks on anything, and she's that disliked. You know, as opposed to somebody like a Stacey Abrams or a Kamala Harris and people like that. You know, she gets a lot more flack for being very outspoken than people like they do. And there is a part of me that wonders, is it because she's, you know, got a darker skin hue? I don't know.
I think that's part of it, but I also believe
you guys think so?
Yeah, but I also believe that she's married to a black man. Kamala Harris is not, and Stacey Abrams has that look.
Yeah, I know exactly
what I mean.
That neo mammy look. Yeah. And you know, yeah, I totally agree. Like when I say that I think people overstate colorism, it's like when they try to use it to explain things that it doesn't apply to. But yeah, I don't believe colorism doesn't exist. I think colorism is very real, and a lot of times it is the right answer, you know, to things. I totally believe that, and that's one of the cases where I think yo, I keep wanting to go, but I keep remembering different things. You know, there's a bunch of black dudes who came out saying, you know, bashing black men. It's time to have a conversation about why we suck. Black men suck, and you know, trying to get on. Someone said, to be fair, they hate Breonna Joy Gray too. Yeah, but they don't. I feel like the way they hate Nina Turner is even worse, personally.
Yeah, Breonna Joy Gray, she wasn't a politician. She's not. Nina Turner held office. You know what I'm saying? So,
so these guys, someone pulled up all their pictures, and they all have a look like all these guys are like, we gotta examine. First of all, they all have a beard for some reason, and they all got beards. Yeah, they all just have got shoved in the locker kind of look to them. Peach emojis and stuff. And this is what I was talking about in my Killmonger Gambit video. At a Killmonger Gambit thing where I was talking about how my theory is that at the end of the day, these people, their goal to get to the promised land, which is white validation and a seat at the table, even if their people are on the menu, is to offer up the warrior class as like it's a potluck, and what they're bringing to the dinner is the warrior class on a platter. And yeah, these black guys that are hoping to get into the promised land by killing the warrior class too, you know, they're hoping to get in behind the black women who do this. They all have a certain look where it's not a threat. You know, it screams
very non-threatening.
Screams blurred.
Real blurred, non-threatening, real suburban, real. I don't know any black people.
Dressed like a performative nerd, you know, bow tie. It always got like bow ties and stuff. Someone said, I got a beard, but I admit beardos have ruined them. Yeah, man. Like I feel a weight lifted by shaving off my beard. They're gonna have to risk association with a beardo, but they have a certain look though. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. And one of those guys, right, who was getting roasted, and he was getting roasted like crazy. They pulled up. They did a This You. You know, This You is undefeated on Twitter. Oh man, they did a This You, and they found
that's who got Nipsey's sister. Was them.
Oh, This Year. yeah. Look, it said they put up these old tweets. My goal this year is to date a white girl. Big booty white girls I can cook. Wifer. White girls are better in the summer. So You know, I hope everybody know I love white people. Interracial couples are the only thing that can destroy racism in its present form. So, don't matter who I date now. When I get on, I'm leaving your ass for a white girl. That's cold.
Damn.
White women love black men. It's a fact. So it's like you're here like for likes and clout, like because it's cool now to promote. We got bash black women, and he was accusing other people of liking white girls. I thought that's interesting.
These Negroes get on Twitter and they be on some. I've seen it for the last couple of days now. They just showing their ass, like they don't even care. Like they don't care how weird they look.
No,
they're
not at all.
Anything, and I mean it. I mean, and
sure.
I always tell people, Twitter, you don't really find teenagers on Twitter. These are black folks 25 and up. So these are full grown ass people coming on here just saying anything.
Oh yeah. And I'm not one of those people that polices who you sleep with. Like I'm not one of those people that I don't care if he likes white women. The problem that bothered me was that he was accusing anyone who was getting mad at his black man bashing of liking white women. That's the part. And that's what I think a lot of these people do. They just project. It's therapy for them. That's their
I used to be in denial about the whole therapy thing, but I think it was either you or Mario that said Twitter is their therapy.
Yeah, or at least the defense mechanisms. I feel like therapy, they would actually get better. I think Twitter is their place to work out their defense mechanism.
Well, that's their mutated view of therapy.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the wow. Even here is a little mixed bag for Nina Turner. It looks like we even got some here. One guy's she's a little too performative. I can see how people could say that.
Yeah.
Thanks for the sticker. Thanks for the sticker, Charles. I didn't mean to cut you off. Yeah. So someone said Twitter is a mean, evil therapist. They can vent and get bad advice. That's true.
That's true.
There are a lot of enabling therapists out there. So yeah, for sure.
And they'll do that while swapping pill recipes.
Yeah. There are therapists that will not only give you bad advice, but then sleep with you and leave you off worse.
Exactly.
Oh,
take these Xanax after. That's that kind of shit.
Leave 50 tweets and take your Xanax.
What's your prescription cocktail like, T? What are you taking? They on that shit.
Someone said, didn't Jeremy or Harris go to therapy? Most of them go to therapy.
Yeah, most of them do.
Yeah, I did a search once where I started searching everybody's name who does like that black men are trash stuff and
thank you, Charles.
All that stuff. And when you search them with the word therapy on Twitter, at some point they all mentioned that they went to therapy. So that's one reason why I stopped telling people to go to therapy, because I think the therapist is only good as the energy that you bring to it, and whatever.
These people are game to it, right? I mean.
Yeah, therapy don't work for everybody.
Is there a strategy with a game plan that you follow with an exit plan?
Absolutely. Yeah. But you got to remember that I learned this when I was going to therapy. But see, I'm one of them motherfuckers that actually wanted to get the information and the tools for my life. To where some people go to therapy as like wearing a costume. That's like a icebreaker when you're at your brunch with these fucking liberals. Like my therapist said that,
that's a way to belong with them.
I don't have conversations like that with people. You know what I'm saying?
Something else too. Think about all the crazy people that we've seen say stuff like black men need to be euthanized or crazy stuff. And then when you look at their profile, this has happened to us. We look at them and you find out, holy crap, this person is a therapist. Remember?
Yeah.
That guy was an NYU therapist. There was like 2 or 3 different people. So it's also who's the therapist. A therapist could be other BMATs. Like a lot of these people
if you have a lot of these people that I had a really good therapist. And one thing I learned is that she said, I have people that have been coming to therapy for 10 years and they still haven't used any of the tools that I've given them.
They use therapy they go to a therapist like you would go get a massage or a facial.
Yes, that's exactly what she said. That's exactly what she said. Some people use therapy like going to the barbershop.
Cynthia McKinney, I remember her, and I gotta apologize to her.
Yeah.
If this is the one that I'm thinking about, she came up with this term back in the early 2000s.
Yep. I remember
what she said, Christianists.
Yep.
And back in the day when I was going to church and all that, I used to get upset about her saying that. But now it's funny because I know exactly the kind of people that she's talking about when she says Christianists. You have a lot of that. Well, that's a whole nother conversation, but I just want to give her more credit for stuff like that.
Cynthia McKinney was one of the Cynthia McKinney was one of the people, again, like I said, after 9/11. She was the one that was calling for an independent investigation. Like she was going in on a lot of stuff. And I was like, damn, who is this lady? And I would always see her on C-SPAN. And she would be on there just, talking big shit. But I found she in the Green Party, I was like, she's not gonna win.
She also said too that America's after 9/11, instead of like trying to show how patriotic she actually said Black people have it really bad here, and she actually was talking about, she wasn't really doing all that performative patriotism, where like Black people were trying to show they were as mad as white people. She was like, they've been doing us bad here for like a long time, and that was a pretty brave thing to say right after 9/11. And conservatives hated her for it.
Oh yeah.
Here's the woman who lost, Pam Keith, that we were talking about. Pam Keith.
How do I get this out?
Yeah, 91% of Black
off the screen. Do you have to go back to the one that you originally highlighted to get it up?
What you can do is just click anyone, and it'll get it off. Yeah. So Pam Keith said 91% of Black women voted for Trump because we love everyone. Again, what does loving people have to do with anything or being loved? Like that's not what politics is supposed to be, and it's a theme that we just keep seeing. Everyone love, love, love. We love everyone. Now love us. Like that's codependent thinking. That's what codependents do. Codependents think if I love you enough, you're eventually going to love me back. That's codependent thinking. 20% of Black men voted for Trump because they hate Black women. Thank you to the 80% of brothers who stand with and for us. I'm like, this is why you lost.
But you gotta remember, they found some old tweets of her saying some wild shit about.
I've seen her before. She's even when she was running, she was saying bad stuff about Black men.
Yeah.
Like you can't even shut up even while you're running. Like,
and also how narcissistic is that? She just reduced Black males' entire life experience to the world to her world, or to the world, the role that we play in the lives of Black women. Like that's your whole life right there.
But that's projection again, because look what she reduced Black women to. She reduced Black women's voting for Biden, not for any deeper policy reason, but because they love everyone. So she thinks she don't think but better of herself for Black women. She thinks so. Of course, she thinks Black men are motivated by petty love and hate. But then look at this
percentage of brothers that didn't vote for a presidential candidate at all.
And she made an excuse. She made an excuse about the rape allegations from Joe Biden too.
Yeah, that too. That's another thing we're gonna talk about. Compare this article where they asked, what's her name, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, about the Hispanic voters who were way above and beyond Black men as far as voting for Trump, and he did more stuff directly against Hispanics. So even Mexicans, everyone's talking about the Cubans, but a lot of Mexicans in some conservative parts of Texas rocked with Trump too, right? And he said, ahead of election day, activists, legislators, and political operatives had warned the Biden campaign that it wasn't doing enough to woo Latino voters, a diverse and fundamental constituency for the Democratic Party. The apparent failure prompted some stern immediate criticism from some of the party's leading figures. And here's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I won't comment much on tonight's results. So she's on code. I'm not going to say too much in air our dirty laundry out, as they are evolving and ongoing. So she's like, I'm not going to jump the gun. I'm going to wait and see what happens, which our Black politicians and pundits don't do. But she goes, but I will say we've been sounding the alarm about them vulnerabilities with Latinos for a long, long time, tweeted Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. There is a strategy and a path, but the necessary effort simply hasn't been put in. So say what you will about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, but she stays on code, unlike our people who, can't wait to come out and just
before anything even comes out, they're talking shit.
Yeah,
they just dividing us up into men versus women and all this. So no other group of people.
Yeah, and can't wait to throw each other under the bus
because there's no consequences.
There's no consequences, even though she lost her race. So maybe there
she didn't just get loose. She got smoked.
She got destroyed. Yeah. The same Pancake woman. She was running for something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She got yeah.
And this is what she did before. Someone said Joe Biden might have raped someone, and she goes, "That means he still has lots of rape to do to catch up to Trump." Also, I highly doubt that's true. So for Joe Biden, she can find that nuance. She's capable of finding nuance when she has to. But she also said something about abortion. She said something about
bill and all that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
that nuance.
She's able to find nuance where she needs to. But also, do you guys know she said something about euthanizing black men? Yeah. She said something about boarding black men before she ran for office. So
Well, she's also 51 years old, unmarried, burnt out,
Oh, is she?
Burnt the fuck out. I saw some.
She probably blames black men. She probably blames black men for that.
Oh, I'm sure that's part of it because she's burnt out. She has nothing left to give. And black people didn't believe in her to vote for us, and now she's mad at everybody. She can't get mad at black women because she's not going to win with them. So take it out on somebody that don't even want your tired black ass.
And she is the self-fulfilling prophecy because this is going to hurt her if she ever tries to run again. Like she can't
she's never going to win anything ever again. She threw the baby out with the bathwater. What was she running for? It wasn't even nothing serious. What was it?
It was a house. It was a House of Representatives candidate. She said this too. She said, this Pam Keith lady. She said, I don't need or expect black men to pledge anything to anyone. I do expect black men to protect black women, children, businesses, communities, and institutions. Enabling a racist who gives cover to the Klan and encourages those who terrorize our people daily is betrayal, period. So juxtapose that to what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is saying about Latinos. I'm not going to say a single bad thing about it. It's on you guys. I'm going to stay on code. But also, she acts like this guy, Joe Biden, didn't do the crime bill or said the things that we highlighted that he said. Like, she made it sound like they're turning their back on John Brown. The way she talks, like, how dare you cave into a racist? As in, it's not a whole different racist that actually. I mean, how many people did Trump lock up? Biden actually locked up generations of black people.
I talked about it on Twitter this morning.
Biden's crime bill is. Go ahead, Ken. I'm sorry.
No, I said on Twitter earlier. I said if you haven't had a family member or you personally, especially on the West Coast, dealt with gang injunctions, the mandatory drug sentences, the direct effects from the 94 crime bill, I don't give a fuck about what you think.
Even if you haven't, like how many people were locked up by ICE people or had family locked up by ICE? But I bet you she found compassion for that because she knew white people would roast her if she didn't. You know what I mean? Like just basic human decency. You don't have to even experience it. Just have the basic human empathy.
It's called empathy, right?
Yeah, and that's the problem.
And these blue check, these boule, wannabe boule, because the boule don't have nothing to do with none of these niggas. These fake bougie niggas don't have any empathy for black people because it's normal to be able to just shit on your own people. Like I said, you kill your own cousin over $5, but if you get fired at your job and you'll be begging in there for your job.
Yeah, she put 81. To be fair, she didn't specify black men, but 81% of U.S. boys are circumcised at birth. Why not do a reversible vasectomy at the same time? Then men can have the procedure reversed when they prove they want a child and can pay for it. No more unwanted pregnancies, no more abortions.
And mind you, this is a person with a lot of education. This is a person that was a lawyer for the military. So that just goes to show you that, sometimes these people, she's off her meds or something. There's something going on inside that. It's like a Krylon can. You shake her head, that brain is rattling around in there. You know what I'm saying? To say stuff like that, like, nigga, do you not realize that you running for something right now?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what's wrong with you?
Like, what's going on with them brain cells, bruh?
Yeah, there's something going on. Like, you're actually running for something, and you need people to vote for you, and you're shitting on the people you want to vote for you.
It also makes me think. It also makes me think that maybe they really do believe this stuff. There's a part of me that wants to believe they're just doing it for tweets and clout, but
you have to believe it if you're
yeah.
running for something and you're tweeting it. You gotta believe it.
It's so counterproductive to you winning. It's almost like you must have this compulsion so bad that you have to say it even when it's counterproductive. Like when you're freelance writing for these like the Root and stuff, tweeting like that actually helps you. So I always think maybe those people are just doing it, but when you're trying to represent everybody,
I mean, even those dudes, there was a couple of days I know I got blocked off top, and I know you seen it, T. Those dudes that was in there, I forgot, I don't know what they were talking about originally, but it filtered into some guy talking about, I tried to teach my kids at school about toxic masculinity, and then I was like, what? And I guess he teaches at an elementary school, and I'm like, you need to stay away from kids. You don't need to be around kids. And he blocked me.
Oh yeah. The guy who said that about black men being trash, and he was saying that's why when I was a teacher I couldn't do anything with them, and he was saying horrible stuff. And I was like, why are you even teaching black boys?
You should not be around kids.
He was a black man.
Like that away from kids. Yeah.
He was a black man, and he was tweeting.
Believe it or not, we had an issue at my job right now that all of the black kids, we're all doing long distance learning, right? But a majority of black kids, and I get the data, and I can see the majority of black kids are not going to school. They're not going to classes, right? And they're all on IEPs, and they're all so-called SPED students, right? So I started having a conversation. Yeah. So I started having a conversation with admin, like, okay, wait. And I said this to him. I said, now you guys are all just had a conversation a minute ago about how you guys are sad if Trump wins. But then on the flip side, I'm looking at how you guys are treating my kids. You know what I'm saying?
Seems like y'all love Trump.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to us, you love Trump. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's not that way. It's not like that. Well, then explain the data.
Right.
If you can't explain the data, then I don't want to fucking hear your cries about.
Ken.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, bro, like when you mentioned the IEP thing, I don't know how it is in your district where you are. I'm pretty sure it's very similar. In our district, the policy really is to violate IEPs because the assumption is the parents can't afford to challenge it in court anyway.
Yes.
So they have the philosophy of, oh well, you don't like it, take it to court because they.
Well, some of the parents are they're so tardy to what that even means. They don't understand that your kid is going to put on a modified diploma. They're going to just coast them through school, and they're going to graduate high school with a 9th grade education, which leads them straight to the prison house.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And people don't understand that. So when you hear people talking all that, like those dudes, man, those dudes are predators for kids. Yeah. That's a predator.
That's why that's very dangerous, man. You got to get them people out of those situations.
Yes.
Because I'm going to tell you, man, what you just said is 100% facts. They will hurry up and try to either breeze them through, or if they have any type of behavioral issues, they'll violate the IEP off jump. They'll violate SELPA and get them out of there and get them into some type of
transitional
school or something like that.
Continuation school. Yep.
And they'll violate your due process while they're doing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's so much fuckery that oh man, we got to link up and do a show.
Yeah. I would love to see it. Yeah, please.
I told him, I said, man, it ain't no coincidence that the school I work at only got about 75 black kids. It ain't no coincidence that all the boys are all on IEP. Now, this is the crazy thing. It ain't just African American boys. We have a big Somalian population. They on IEPs. I said, how the fuck does that work? So even the Africans, they got problems too. Okay, yeah, this is systemic. This is systemic. This isn't by happenstance. You know what I'm saying? And the parents just don't know what this even means. You know,
we just jumped up to 212 people, and I'm wondering if we should leave. What happened? Did somebody really? Yeah, we just jumped up in number by 80. I guess.
Well, they saw that I was on, and
that must be what it was.
So let me get. Yeah. What does entertainment look like? It's going to be it's going to be it's
going to be so much worse. Oh my God. Everything we hate about black entertainment squared. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mario. Keep going.
No. I think it's going to be worse for people like me, you, and Kim, because we tend to be pessimistic when it comes to that shit. But it's going to be much more optimistic for them. Like you ain't getting love draft countries with them motherfuckers, with the people that they love in office. You're going to be getting shit like slave play or something.
Yeah. The slave playization of of pop culture is gonna be worse. I feel like we can't just bounce off now because I just got a whole bunch of people. Now I feel like we give them like another.
Hey
couple
man,
of
y'all
minutes.
late to the party, man. We out of
Yeah,
here.
but
Get
yo,
on here when we say we getting on.
what I will say is this. What I will say is this. I think if you're like a straight black man who doesn't want to play this game, if you're a black woman who doesn't want to play this game, and you know, is the kind of black woman that these people will call a pick me because you don't want to bash black men all day. I think your best thing now, make a web series, make something that gets a lot of clicks and buzz, and then hope that one of these companies buys you or your property with that built-in audience. But if you're trying to get picked top down, I don't think you can not play this game especially under the Biden administration. You better be talking about Black joy. You better be talking about
you got to ramp up the optics from when Obama was president. It's got to be you got to really put on.
Yeah,
they coming
exactly.
For the dissidents too. Anybody who didn't play ball, who gave them a hard time, they gonna get your ass. You better believe that. They don't forget.
Now the flip side is this.
If you're smashing girls, forget about it.
Play Hamilton. I keep forgetting about Hamilton, but
I forgot about Hamilton.
Hamilton's part of it too, man.
Now the flip side is this. I don't know if I talked about this when Mario was here, but if these motherfuckers don't get their shit together, imagine how many black people gonna vote Republican next time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like this, that could be. I could see Arizona flipping back blue. Back red. You know what I'm saying? I could see Georgia flipping back red. And probably California, shit, the way California acting.
Arizona's a hard thing because you just made me think of something. Arizona, I don't know what the fuck happened. It has to be a bunch of white people that decided
moving from California, moving from Oregon, moving from Washington. Yeah.
Even with that, though, a lot of the natives had to have decided to either sit it out or vote for Biden because I'm thinking the way the Hispanic vote split up, it couldn't have been the Hispanic vote that put Biden over the top in Arizona.
It had to be white people.
Yeah.
There ain't enough black people in Arizona. There's about as many black people in Arizona as there is in San Francisco.
Maybe it is Mario. A lot of people are commenting that they're happy to see Mario. Maybe it's like a rare that like, you know, they gotta jump in. See, look at it. People, I think might be something to your theory, Mario. A lot of people are saying they're happy to see you. I want to put this on the screen real quick. This came up like a couple of hours ago, and the same old thing. Black women save the Democrats. Don't make us do it again. And they keep writing this article every 2 years. They wrote it after Brian Kemp and, you know, the guy who ended up doing nothing. Remember that guy? And this, but this one must say it's interesting, right? Usual stuff. No prescription about what they want. Just love us. But I want you to notice this name, Taylor Crumpton. She was one of the people. Remember that guy that was accused of doing like sexual like harassment and stuff, and it turned out to be like nothing. It was just like couples counseling, and we were clowning his whole social justice statement. Remember that podcaster? It was some black socialist podcast, and they were making him sound like a super racist, a rapist, and it turned out it was just couples counseling, and he slept with someone else while they were on a break, and it was crazy.
Oh yeah, they had him doing all kind of genuflecting on that. That wasn't that long ago, right?
It wasn't that long ago. She hopped on the bandwagon and tried to accuse them of doing stuff too, vaguely, you know. So she hopped on that bandwagon. I've seen her name a lot of places, right? But she talks about without our support, you know, he'd be defeated, need us. And then as usual, no actual tangibles that she wants. It's just making a case for their camp, why you need to hire us, why we need to be the cool kids or the black kids. It's like, don't ignore the other black people. We're the ones that need to be elevated now in this administration, you know, setting up the things for jobs, all the usual checklist stuff. Mentions the Combahee River Collective. One of these things that people do for no reason, like to give their selective history lessons in anything they write, you know, and how black queer women have always been doing the work, how straight black men have always been stealing credit and doing nothing, you know, usual stuff. Combahee River Collective, Black Lesbian Feminist Organization, Black Panther Women Sideline, Descendants, Ancestors, the death of Breonna Taylor and Toyin Salau. We marched, we organized, we mobilized, we cried, we screamed. we wrote anti-racism books that none of y'all read because she's saying she's mad. Yeah.
You didn't read my book.
Yeah, you didn't read my book. She mentioned the usual stuff. And it's interesting. She mentions Patrice Cullors and Alicia Garza. She left out the one that, remember the one that we said is straight, but kind of doesn't say it and tries to, yeah. She only mentioned the two that are gay, so she knows the third one's not straight. Very interesting. She left out Opal Tometi. That's how, and usual thing, mention their friends, Charlene Carruthers. Like these people, this is a job fair to them all the time.
This
right?
is the hilarious thing. They didn't read your book, and they ain't ever gonna read your book.
Yep, exactly.
But they don't give a fuck about what you wrote.
There was not a single thing in here about inactual policy. It's just you didn't read our books. Here's a history lesson of people I want to piggyback on. Like, listen, you are not the Combahee River Collective. You do no activism. You just write. So stop trying to piggyback on other people's legacy. It's not a burden I want to bear. My ancestors did not bear me into the world, so I can do this. Blah blah blah. But she didn't say anything that she actually wanted. And this is the same article they keep writing over and over again. Like, it's just cut and paste. I can't believe people still keep paying them for this article. But this is what's interesting about her. I've seen her name before. Look at this. I want to tell you like who these people are. It's very interesting. Oh, hey Vita, what's going on? I didn't see you pop up.
Hey,
how's it going?
It's going on, right?
I was like, this like one. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, today's your birthday?
Oh, what?
It's tomorrow, but we kicked it off last night.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm a girl.
She's getting it in.
Birthday week and a half.
Yeah, once you hit a certain age, it's the whole month is the birthday.
Yeah, you're happy to see another one for real. Happy birthday.
Wow, now it's really gonna jump. See, everyone's
shit.
There we go. Yeah,
let's give Vita her love. Like they do at we gonna sing her happy birthday like they do at Chili's and shit.
Yeah, we gotta let everybody know.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, we gotta let people know that Vita is in here now, and that's a whole other reason to join. Yeah, but this woman looked familiar. I'm like, I know this woman's name, so I remembered who she was. She's home girls with Jeremy O'Harris, the slave play guy, right? And
wait, she's friends with the slave play guy.
Yeah. So we're talking about the Jonah Brothers guy, right? And she's like, yeah, he reminds me of the Southern white boys I used to sneak off with in high school. I'm not a fan of his music, but his face, yeah, and she's talking to the slave play guy. There's a whole bunch of stuff of her and the slave play guy. All they do is talk about how much they love white boys. Only to be bought back in 2020 by me and my roster of white tricks. Like, this is all this woman seems to be talking about. Talking about Adam Driver, right? And then she replies to him, "Stop creating problems in my marriage. I already have to deal with his white wife." Like,
wow.
All day long, she's always talking about with the slave play guy. Someone said she puts here pivoting back to white men in 2020. She puts up videos of Adam Driver, who's not a particularly, no offense to him, but he's
ugly. We were just saying.
I was trying to be nice.
Well, I literally just said this on the birthday stream with my Afrogen co-host, and it's something I think Nina brought up the fact that people said he's attractive. And I didn't know who he was. I look him up. This ugly ass motherfucker. I'm like, how is he a heartthrob? He is hideous.
That motherfucker look like a serial killer.
Yeah,
he really does.
Yeah, there
is
like
the Night Stalker. Remember the Night Stalker? Ramirez.
Yeah. There's nothing too low for the.
Stole that from me, bruh. I was just getting ready to say he looked like Richard Ramirez.
He looked like the fucking Night Stalker from LA.
Look at this shit.
Pivoting back.
How is that attractive?
I don't know, but she's saying he's causing her to pivot back to white men in 2020. I don't know when she pivoted away. Probably for like non-white women, but I'm sure it was not from whatever.
Look at this people. Where? How?
Jodie Turner Smith is the woman who married Pacey from Dawson's Creek. She was also in Queen and Slim. and she married a white guy. So they tag her in. The slave play guy goes, "Wow, Miss Jody, you and Pacey are really turning these girls out, trying to say, oh, because you got with Pacey, you're inspiring other black women to get with the white men too." And then she adds, "A queen needs her white king." So then what I'm asking is,
what?
Yeah. She, and they spend all day long, her and the slave play guy, thirsting over white men. And then I'm thinking, why is this woman writing in the Washington Post about politics, about black politics? But then another thing is, you understand why she has to isolate black women, because she needs to break them out into their own class. She does not want to cross the river with the whole black community. She's trying to bring only black women across to sit at the table with white people.
Not work that way. That's what makes me so mad about it. None of this works that way. As black people, we do not exist without each other. We literally cease to exist. Yeah. Are you finding other ugly pictures of this motherfucker?
No, that's Richard Ramirez.
See, you think that's him? That's the Night Stalker.
He might look better. He might look better, honestly. The Night Stalker.
Still unattractive.
Hold on.
He looks just like the fucking Night Stalker.
He might be a nice guy. I don't know. I don't want.
The Night Stalker was known for having horrible teeth.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
Some of his victims, he would, when they were asleep, he would stand over them until they woke up, and then when they wake up, he wanted them to see. The first thing to see was his ugly ass teeth.
Yep.
Like this is him with his meth mouth.
Was part of what motivated him his teeth? Like, because a lot of these people, they have a lot of bitterness about stuff.
Nah, he was just a fucking lunatic. I remember when I was a kid. My mom was around at that time down there at that time. But she said, man, people was really scared. But they caught him and whooped his ass. They beat the hell out of him and held him down. The police took his ass away, but he killed 30 some. He was killing old women. Like he was a ruthless motherfucker, man. But Vita, yes. I brought it up earlier, man. They got Nipsey's sister.
Dude, I was wanting to talk to y'all about that. Okay, what the fuck?
Yeah, I missed that.
You missed that.
She's on the What About Black on Black crime train, and they found some old tweets of her worshiping white dudes. It's a bad look.
Let me see if I can find that tweet, because I looked at that shit and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
that shit was wild. That shit was crazy. What did she say? She said some shit like,
the government won't stop killing black men till black men stop killing black men. I was like, oh. But you know what?
How old was it? That I don't know.
If you've heard
not that it helps, but just wondering how old it was.
If you've heard his sister talk, she's not the sharpest knife in the drawer.
Oh, okay.
She's not very intelligent, at least not, I don't want to project, but just the way she talks, I'm like, But she didn't double down on it or nothing. But then, of course, the This You account found her, talking about white men and,
This You is undefeated for sure. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Mike, for the donation.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for the birthday donation. We appreciate it. Thank you. Kamaria, is it Kamaria? Am I saying her name right?
Yeah.
Kamaria, she said he had a really traumatic childhood. I think he was assaulted regularly as a child. Which serial killer you talking about?
Was. Yeah, talking about Richard Ramirez?
Yeah.
He probably was.
Oh, this is the thing. Almost all the serial killers have a history of physical and sexual abuse from their family. From their mother. Yeah, or either their mother or their mother allowed a man to abuse them.
Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer, motherfucking John Wayne Gacy, all of them.
Yeah.
Ted Bundy was killing people up here in Oregon.
Mm-hmm. And something I found out interesting, that Ted Bundy is a Romeo thing is like a media myth. It's not true. He was actually like a weirdo to women. Women, they try to make it like Ted Bundy was a heartthrob and women loved him. No, that's not true. Yes, revisionist history by a reporter that was covering him to make the story sound sexy. He was actually really bad woman. Creep. You were saying something, Rita. You were saying something at the same time?
Oh, so there's actually a show. It's actually a pretty good show. It's about the development of the FBI unit and them looking for serial killers. Not FBI.
Mindhunter?
what's it called? Not FBI. They're developing they were developing a segment of the FBI that focuses
on Mindhunter, right?
Mindhunter, yeah.
It's a segment of the FBI. You were right the first time.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it's a great show actually, because if you're into like mental health shit and trauma shit, they actually talk about the science on the show.
Yeah,
and it's based off of the true development. These are real people. I don't know, it's a TV show, so take it with a grain of salt. But it's supposed to be based off of real people. They actually, I think the second season is about the Atlanta child murders.
Yeah.
I don't.
So go on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't really. They told that story, but at the same time, it's really interesting the information that they give you about how they look for serial killers and the type of trauma they experience. They're based off of like real transcripts,
and they cast really well. When they have people playing real people, they did a good job. The guy accused of Atlanta child murder, the actor they got, I'm like, where the hell did they find this guy?
He sounded just like the real guy.
Yeah, same with the Charles Manson guy. The Charles Manson guy was insane. The Charles Manson guy they got.
But I heard some new information just came out recently because they've been trying to accuse the KKK of some of the child murders. But I think the guy that they actually have in prison, he did some of them, but I think it was like 26 kids or something like that.
Yeah, he's not innocent. It's just a doubt of whether he did as many as they say.
Right.
Well, I mean, there's doubt even about the case that he did get
interesting.
Convicted for, because there's questions about the evidence that they used. On top of that, I think the bigger issue is that they stopped looking and they stopped even researching once he got incarcerated. They basically just pinned all of them on him, even though chances are it was more than one person.
Right. So Charles Manson never killed anyone. No, he didn't kill anyone.
Yeah, but he didn't actually kill people, but he basically sent them off to kill. Check this out. I'll just show this real quick. This is the guy that got to play Charles Manson. This is the real Charles Manson on the left, and that's him on the right. But you gotta see how insane. I don't know where they found this guy, but he. The one talking now is the actor on the right.
Sounds just like him.
Yep. Sounds just.
Manson, the most dangerous man alive.
Looks like him. Sounds like him.
Possibility of you coming out of here, and they're genuine.
And this is the real one now.
Oh boy, I might just make dust. Everything terrible.
Yeah, the guy has the body language, everything down. I don't know where they found that guy.
What you got them into? You fucking midgets.
Yeah, and they did the same thing with the child murder guy. They did a good job, because that's one thing I hate, when you get someone who looks no one like the person.
Yeah.
And it throws off the whole, like your viewing experience, because it's like, this don't even look realistic.
That's why I wish the brother that played Malcolm X on Godfather of Harlem would play Malcolm X in this new movie they got coming out. It sounds exactly like Malcolm X.
He should just play Malcolm X. That should be his job.
Yeah, everywhere. He's already done it twice. He was
like
Malcolm X.
We always get to play like Barry Gordy or Barry Gordy-like characters. I can't think of his name. Nobody knows his name. But he always plays the same type of role, like a record executive.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, he's already played Malcolm X twice. You're right. He should just make that his lane. They should give him a Malcolm X series.
That brother got Malcolm X dead on.
Yeah. He's the mannerisms and everything. Because I always say I love Denzel and is Malcolm X movie, and people fight me this all the time. That does not sound like Malcolm X. That just sounds like Denzel, especially when he says, "This brother thirsty." That doesn't even sound like his voice at all.
It's like total Denzel, but I still like Denzel as Malcolm.
Yeah, I still like him.
No, I think it worked because we had never seen Malcolm on a screen being played in a movie until that movie. And
he's charismatic. It was fun to watch. He just doesn't sound like Malcolm or look like Malcolm X.
Right.
And it's like, it's okay to admit you like the movie and the performance and admit that it doesn't sound like him either. But people kept getting mad at me for.
Yeah, they got Malcolm's charisma down pat with
Denzel. Yeah, the charisma was definitely there, but it's just they have a guy playing Malcolm X in a new movie and with Muhammad Ali, and they got a British guy, and it was the same old stuff. They were saying, it's about the best actor, the better trained. This guy came out, the dude sounds like Obama. He does not sound like Malcolm X at all. I was like, you might as well have gotten an American. Like, you can't say this guy is the best guy for the role.
Even the guy that they got to play Muhammad Ali, man, it's like a caricature of Muhammad Ali. Like, if you don't research boxing, then you cannot research Muhammad Ali, because you have to know the difference between Muhammad Ali, the boxer, and the person. They're not the same people.
Yeah, the guy's name is Kingsley Benadir, and the guy does not sound like Malcolm X at all. Yeah, but he doesn't look like him. He doesn't, because like Malcolm X was light skinned, but he wasn't biracial. This guy looks like he's like maybe biracial or something. And yeah, I want to find the clip.
I'm trying to see who y'all talking about.
I'm trying to find the clip right now because we're not going to do it justice. You have to see this horrible impersonation. Like the ADOS people, as usual, were getting mad, talking tethers and this, that, and British actors. And I'm not like as hardcore about it, but then again, it's not my place to be hardcore about it. But I was like, maybe the guy's the best actor. Then when I saw him, I'm like, y'all got this one. All right, y'all complain away. Yeah, you have no one should tell you anything. This guy is. I'm gonna keep trying to find it because you have to see it.
I will say, I actually kind of found that to be interesting too. That they do tend to pick a lot of British non-African American actors to play historical African American figures. I do find that to be interesting. Not gonna lie.
And I wouldn't mind if they did it for if the person was just really that good. But this guy,
Right.
There was no need to pick him at all. I just do not see it.
It's like when they picked Zoe Saldana to play fucking Nina Simone, which I'm trying to figure out what planet, like who, why Zoe? India already.
That's one thing where, like, usually I don't blame the actors for taking the roles that they get paid to, but that was some bullshit on her part. She shouldn't have never agreed to do that shit.
That's what made her sound stupid. When they called her out on it, and they said, "Girl, you don't look anything like Nina Simone. You are like Dominican or some shit." And
then they darkened you up.
Blackface on you. They put blackface on you. Did things try to give you, laugh lines. It was just insane.
Yeah, that was complete bullshit.
I think they patterned her body.
Usually I don't blame actors for taking roles, but that shit, there's got to be a line drawn somewhere.
If they have to blacken you up, there's a problem.
Right.
In 20 whatever, they should not have to blacken you up.
Like, motherfucker, this is not Guardians of the Galaxy. We not doing CG making you green and shit. You're talking about a real life black icon. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Nah.
Right. She had no West African features. She looks like a white girl with brown skin. She does.
That was terrible.
But she does.
No, I mean, she's got some lips. She looks like she has some African in her, but I mean, she doesn't look like Nina Simone.
Look. I'm sorry. I hate her right now. Ever since she went started doing that whole shit, I run from people who bring up race. Paper is white. People aren't white. I was like, bitch, what are you talking about? Then I found out she's like milk merchant.
Milk. What you call it?
Milk merchant. That's what they call. That's what we call black guys who like white girls.
That's what they call.
I never heard that.
Yeah, we've been using it against Jamel in particular. He doesn't like white girls. A joke, but milk merchants are guys who like girls. So.
Oh, this is sad. Regina King is directing the movie with. I didn't realize this. Regina King is directing the movie with the fake Malcolm X.
Regina. Come on, Regina.
That's even worse. It's a directorial debut. I assume those white people or a black British person. I didn't realize.
If that's going to be a directorial debut, good luck.
She's misrepresenting South Central. I don't like that. She's from here.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of Regina King.
What's she doing? It's so fine. Oh my lord.
Oh, she is really fine. And she's one of the few people. She's like Regina Hall. I don't know what it is with the Reginas, but Regina King and Regina Hall are two women who are somehow finer in their 40s and 50 than they were in their 20s. Like, she looks better in Watchmen than she did in Poetic Justice. Like, she has somehow her prime.
Watchmen. I'm not even gonna lie to you. She was looking great. And
she
the funny
great,
thing about Regina is no matter what role she plays, she always sounds like she's from South Central.
Yeah, that's true.
She's one of those people that's the same person in every role. That
Yeah.
she
Like Denzel. That's
like
Denzel.
Samuel L. Jackson is the same way
Yep.
too. He's
Yeah.
the same motherfucker in every role.
They played
She's the same
themselves.
person. She just has a volume button, like in Poetic Justice, the volume button was a little bit higher in the South Central, and in Watchmen, she put it like a 7 instead of a 10. But it's still
Right.
it's still the same.
Not
It's
even
still
a
the
5.
same. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, and I mean, neither of them were unattractive. They were always like pretty women. But if you look at clips of them in the 20s and now, like they look even better now, and
they look way better. Can I ask this question though? Is that supposedly she wrote an article some years back telling black women to start dating outside of their race and all that stuff? Was that a real thing, or was that some bullshit that was?
I never heard that.
I don't know.
I wish you had told me that now, but I never heard that.
Right.
I remember her writing something about the Oscars. The whole Oscars.
No, it wasn't. This was like her straight up writing a letter to black women. Was it an?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I just found it.
Tell me that.
Regina,
I don't know if it was.
No,
you're real.
No, you're right. No, it's true. I'm looking at it. I found it. Regina King to black women, date outside your race.
Wow.
Regina King, who was married for almost 10 years to her son's father. Oh, damn. This is one of those sites that has like a whole bunch of like bugs. So things are probably, is speaking now to her fellow black women, advising them to try dating outside their race. She explained her reasoning to Vibe. So it was a Vibe magazine interview. Of all groups of women, black women are the least likely group of women that will date outside their race. When you have everyone else who's willing to explore, a black woman is like, I want me a brother. Well, if the brothers are out there and they're open to date everybody, the majority of black women aren't willing to look twice when a man outside their race is sending them messages, then that makes our percentage rate lower and the chances of finding love because
I remember this old conversation. That's like a common. That was like an old 10. Oh yes, 2010. I was like 10 years old.
Yeah.
That whole little about black men are open. Everybody else is open. We're just the ones not open. Black men are open. So why aren't we? That's like a very common.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna say this.
Was this before or after she got with Malcolm Jamal Warner? I'm not sure when this timeline is.
But she got with Malcolm Jamal Warner in real life? I didn't know this.
Yeah, that was her like boo for a long time.
Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, I gotta say something. I mean, I'm looking at the clips, and she's not. From what I'm seeing, she's not really bashing black men. So it's like, I don't know. To me, like, if you're not bashing black men or black women, then I mean, I know different people have different things, but you know, and she didn't like seem to thirst over. Like, she didn't seem to be saying, like, you know, oh, it's all about white men. You know, she's just open to dating outside of.
It's like she's encouraging black women to open up their prospects. Like, we're only looking at black men. But me personally, I encourage black people to focus on black people, but I also understand if you fall in love, whatever. But, you know, I that to me, like, I don't need people telling black women like we're stupid to be open. You know what I mean? Like, it also.
It makes them sound kind of sad, like they just starving for affection in a way,
right? Or like black men. Notice that black men are out, and you guys are all lonely. Statistically, it's not going to be possible for you to get a black man. Might as well be out, and so it's just, I don't know. I don't like that messaging.
One thing that's interesting
in the article, she goes on to say that it's more of a regional thing. She says it's more common for black women to think that way in LA. Or on the West Coast.
LA has that rep for some reason based on social media that you guys were talking about, where you guys were saying you don't see it.
Because you know,
Hollywood,
LA is so big.
Yeah.
You have to, not just Hollywood, even like LA is just really, really big. So if you're like south of the 10, like where I'm at in South Central, you don't really see a lot of black people not with black people unless they're with a Latino person. Like that does happen. But it's not nearly as big as people think. People like in West LA or in the parts. So if you're not from LA and you're in like the Hollywood areas, West LA areas, Santa Monica areas, Valley, you're going to see, Valley definitely has probably more mixed people, but there's also a lot of transplants that move to the Valley because they can't afford to live in the city. So, so people are seeing it because they're getting people from other places that come to places like LA to look for non-black people. So,
well, you know, the thing is, she says in LA. Well, if I said in Portland, well, yeah, because Portland is fucking small as fuck. But when you say in LA, Where?
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. She's saying in LA is more common. I should have been clear. She said in LA the attitude is more common among black women to not date outside of their race. That's what she's saying.
Yeah, that makes
she
sense.
said it's more.
That makes
If you were talk about it like in New York and other places in the country, she was saying that she feels like black women out there seem to be a little more open to dating outside of their race. But on the West Coast, you know, like
New York is so different though, because I feel like in New York you have so many different types of black people, and you have so many different types of Latinos. Like, and it's just to me, it's just different. And whereas here we're way more segregated than New York is. Not saying New York,
Something that's interesting too is there's so many stories that always try to make black women sound so pathetic and unloved. But if you actually look at the stats, right? Black women get as married as white women or any other women. The difference is that they tend to get married a little bit later on average. But I found this article on these stats, and that was kind of addressing that sob story thing that they always try and do. And it said that when you get to a certain age, I think it was in the Atlantic, when you get to a certain age, the marriage gap between white women and black women like disappears. That it's just, and some people are saying maybe it's because black women are getting so educated now that more and more of them are putting it off. But this idea that they're just dying alone is just not true, that they get actually married at the same rate as anyone else. And to stop pushing this narrative, I think it was either Ta-Nehisi Coates or a black woman in the Atlantic that broke down the stats a couple of years ago, because there was a weird trend where they were doing a lot of stories about it, like Russia Times and ABC News. And to the point that I started thinking, are they kind of trying to clown black women with all this? Like, why are they making them sound?
They were trying to sell Steve Harvey's book. I remember that.
That could be what it was.
There was a whole panel. They had whole tours and panels talking about why black women ain't married. Why aren't black women married? And then most of it was blaming us. We have bad attitudes. We're too career focused because
they peddle that a lot.
Like,
they peddle that shit a lot.
Black women have always worked. If you look at history, black women literally have always worked,
and they've had to, because with the way black people are treated, like a lot of black men just don't have the opportunities and wherewithal to be these sole breadwinners. You know, like
exactly.
I always thought that was kind of funny style, like how they have they portray black women in a lot of these articles, and like y'all just sitting up like, oh Lord, don't nobody want me, Lord.
Yeah.
Why they don't like me.
Divestors push too.
Yeah. Oh, the divestors do like this kind of pick-up artist stuff.
That's
for
what
women.
they do.
Yeah. And what they do is it buys into such negative ideas of black women. They're like, you have to be more feminine. But the way they think about black women sounds like the way white supremacists think about black women. Like, y'all are too masculine. You have no manners. And here's my boot camp on how to be more feminine. I'm like, y'all sound just like those white supremacists.
And they tell them like, don't be pro-black. They'll tell them that, like, the white man probably. I literally seen comments like that on some of those divester YouTube channels where
they call it
pro. Like, well, he probably didn't like you because you started talking all that pro-bliggity black stuff, and I'm like, damn.
But you want to know the truth? You want to know the truth, though? Honestly, at least that's true advice. Like, I'm not saying it's good advice. I don't think anybody should do it. But I think it's true that if you're too pro-black or too conscious, white people will turn you off. But to me, the right answer to that is then you don't need that white person, not turn it off. Like, you know, but
somebody that we all know.
Yeah. The masculine stuff, I don't believe at all. I don't believe this thing about I don't black women being at all. Yeah, that to me is totally made up. But
it comes from this belief that we're overly aggressive, we're bigger physically. So it's like this portrayal of us being more like men because our physical features and our demeanor is not considered like white women's, which is most of us believe based off of aristocratic, elitist, white European bullshit.
Yeah. Well, one of the things they've done studies on is that when they ask people to think of a black person, you know, the first thing they think of is a man. But if you ask people to think of a white woman, if you ask someone to think of a woman, the first thing they think of is a white woman. So they've used that study to kind of say that because women, white women are thought of automatically that somehow means that white women are the picture of femininity. So I think black women are just being penalized for looking black. Like people think black is masculine. So if a black woman looks masculine, they're trying to say, and if a black woman looks black, they somehow like I think it's racist things that people are projecting onto blackness, not anything the black women are actually doing. You know what I mean?
Right.
You're gonna see how and watch how fast that shit starts to shift up to it being Asian women that are the model of femininity and all that type of shit. That's how you know it's artificial.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's going to shift from them saying white women to people visualizing it's probably already like that. The data just hasn't caught up to the reality yet.
Well,
but a lot of people think
interesting because white men are the ones who really try to exoticize Asian women as being like the deal. And I learned a lot of this from my homegirls who are Asian. One of my homegirls who's Japanese American, and she always talks about like why she like dating white guys for her was really difficult because they basically believe that Asian women are supposed to be like demure and all this shit. And what's funny is within the Asian community, they talk shit about other groups being not like Chinese women are supposedly, you know, aggressive and they tell their men what to do, but nobody talks about that in the Chinese. Nobody talks about that outside of that community, so we don't know. But there's this assumption that Asian women are these, you know, demure. They think of like geisha girls or some shit.
That is total bullshit. If you spend any significant amount of time living around Asians and being in there, that shit, the women run shit. And that like, you know,
a great example
if you're from the Los Angeles area or New York, you see
you in San Gabriel Valley, so you already know.
I'm already knowing what it is. The women run that shit. Like when the bullshit go down in the stores and all that, it's the women whooping ass. The men ain't nowhere.
I want to show y'all something real quick. But
oh shit, my computer about to die.
Oh,
hold up.
Actually, before we move on to that, just to have it up, let me just get it out the way. This is the clip of the fake Malcolm X.
Yes, Cassius Marcellus Clay is the new.
He's playing Muhammad Ali, that guy talking now. I think Sam Cooke is one of these characters too.
That's Muhammad Ali
talking. Yeah, this one here is Muhammad Ali, and I think sitting down might be Sam Cooke. I'm not sure. This is Muhammad Ali.
Oh my goodness!
Nothing like Muhammad Ali.
What? Oh, I'm so pretty. And I'm only 22 years old. There is no way I'm supposed to be this great. Look, Alexander the Great conquered the whole world at the age of 30, and I conquered the world of boxing at 22 without sustaining so much as a scratch. There you go. You do the math.
All right. When is this party going down?
Yeah, that's a good question. What's on the agenda, Malcolm?
Well, I thought this would be a wonderful chance for us to reflect on what's happened tonight. Like our young brother said, there's no denying that greater forces were at work.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He sounds like Obama, right?
He sounds like that'll sound nothing like Malcolm.
But neither did
Muhammad Ali. Oh no, but compared to his Malcolm, he's like dead. Like I agree with you. I was like thinking the same thing until I heard this guy's Malcolm. I'm like, compared to, at least he's in the ballpark. He's just on the wrong side of the field. This guy is in a whole different country.
No, I don't.
The wrong uniform in the wrong stadium.
He's trying to use Muhammad Ali's accent, but he uses it. It's like he partially uses his accent on certain words. Then the rest of it, he sounds like a Valley guy. Like,
oh yeah. I'm not saying it's good. I personally think it's bad. I just think compared to this guy, because at least he's trying to do the accent. This guy seems to just be doing. I'll let you finish watching, and you can tell me what you think.
The young brother said, "There's no denying that greater forces were at work."
You know, part of that look, I was wondering if part of it is acting and part of it is the actual actors themselves. Like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Like, you know, and they let it leak into the characters because they look confused themselves.
That's
no one else.
That's trash.
Well, rest assured, my brother, you're not missing anything.
Yeah, it was not good.
That shit is atrocious.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah, they need to get the guy from Harlem. What's that shit called?
Godfather of Harlem. Yeah, just have him on call. Give him the right of first refusal on every single
and black people age slowly, so he can play that role for a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what's wild about that actor too? Because I used to see him. He's like one of those actors you used to see in random TV shows sometimes. Like he was on Sister. Like I remember, and I always thought he was fine as hell. But I always thought he did kind of look like Malcolm because most of his characters he would talk kind of serious. He have a glass on. So I was like, yo, they got the perfect guy for that. They should just have him on call all the time because he's great.
I'm gonna give an example of how bad this thing got like years ago, but I remember this.
Baby carriage, to paraphrase those famous lyrics. But for millions of black women, many blessed with brains and beauty, finding the right man is proving elusive. But why? Are their standards too high, or
I think she's laughing at them.
too slim? Lindsay Davis tried to answer.
She is. It is kind of like, oh, you poor baby.
Oh, she definitely laughed.
Look, TikTok.
Nicole Marchand
I
is
remember
celebrating
this.
another birthday. At 31, she's accomplished a lot. She's a prosecuting attorney and running for state court judge.
It'll be a $500 fine.
But this is weird. Look at
The
this.
kind of woman you'd find standing by on the sidelines of life. But
Why is she also a cheerleader? Like that's weird. And is she trying to be?
you would find her here at the Georgia Dome, cheering on the Atlanta Falcons. You've heard of a man's man. Nicole is the
Yeah, like a white girl.
Yeah, she does, and she's got like a flat butt too. No shit.
Yeah, well, you gotta be built like a white girl to get some love from white people. You know, white boys. I hate to say it like this, but white dudes usually like those thin, paper boy looking ass women.
Yeah,
and she even moves like a white woman. That's the thing.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, she doesn't even move as good as the white girl she's dancing next to be honest.
That's true. And you know what's interesting? Whenever you look at the black girls who are black on those teams, they can't help but look a little extra. They can't help it. So when you see, that's why I like who has a good Laker girls. Laker girls are fucking amazing. If you really pay attention, they're
Knicks girls used to be good too. Yeah. But but this is another one that I remember came off on Nightline. Like they had a whole bunch of these.
Don't get the panel discussion with that actor.
Find Mr. Right. It can be elusive for anyone, but for black women, specifically for successful black women.
10 years ago too. Like they did multiple stories about this everywhere.
That's what I was telling you. All of this was 10 years ago. I remember it.
Are unmarried. That's double.
I was also wondering if it had to do with Obama and Michelle and Barack being seen so much, and they're like a happy couple. They can't get hands off each other, you know.
They even had a scary title. Look at this title screen.
Successful black woman find a man.
They put the little graphic. Why can't successful black woman find a man? And
no, but look at the way they're talking, though. The way,
it's very.
I don't know why that's bothering me.
It bothers me too, and I feel like this black woman should not have signed up for this because they're clowning them. That's what I don't get. But he said that black women 20-something are married. White women are married at like double the rate. But again, like when I looked at the stats, by the time they hit the mid-30s, they catch up, and it's like almost no difference. So it's like you have researchers, you know this.
Black people tend to stay in long relationships and get married way late. Like I know people who didn't get married to the 40s. Got house,
marriage,
got
baby carriage, to paraphrase those famous
lyrics.
Yeah.
So,
but from millions.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
but they'll have whole kids, houses together, and get married in their 40s.
and then end up getting divorced a year later. I don't know what it is, man. It's like they'll be together for decades, not married. As soon as they get married, boom! It's like I keep telling people, like
expectations start changing. Like, oh, that was cool. When he was my living boyfriend, but now you my husband. So that comes with some
exactly. You know what, Vita? I think you 100% correct. I was talking to somebody about that a long time ago, and I was saying, you know what, man? I think it's because somewhere in the back of our minds, subconsciously, even though you're living together or whatever, you still feel like that you could just dip whenever and there's no. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's somewhere in there, but when you get married, that's gone. Like, oh shit,
I can't go nowhere.
Bounce. Like and then the walls start closing in all of a sudden, and people don't know how to act. Like, damn. Right. Because so many people get divorced. Like when I got married, we almost didn't make it after the first year. And we had dated for like 5 years before I got married.
What?
And we almost didn't make it after the first year. You know what I'm saying? Because it was like, I'm like, girl, where you going? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, but whereas before I didn't, I was never that kind of person. But now I'm like,
I'm sure the answer is always because you're my wife.
Right, exactly. And especially for a lot of women that are that are independent minded and everything like that. Like when you start putting them real expectations on that ass, a lot of them don't know how to handle that shit. And they like, oh no. And then a lot of men don't know how to handle things on our end too. So it's just
yeah.
I
think it's
people don't want to. I was gonna say also, I think sometimes people don't want to be the ones to have to change, but they want their partner to change to fill that role.
Oh
like,
man, that's so
where I'm going all the time, but you need to tell me where you're going all the time.
Right. Oh man,
I feel like a lot of those segments
do
too
what
are
I
a way
say,
to
not
kind
what
of
I do.
low-key bash black men too, where they kind of say, black women are kind of homely and messed up.
This black man, the one you just showed does that.
Yeah.
They have a whole stat and they tell you, I've seen that shit a million times. They do the whole stat where they tell you black men, most don't graduate from high school, they go to prison.
You're in jail.
They go to the whole list, and that not only leaves 5% of black men that are eligible for all these wonderful, beautiful black ladies out here.
Like, they don't make enough money to qualify for these wonderful. And I think it's a way to backhanded this to black women because these black women think they're being paid compliments. Like, y'all are so wonderful and perfect. Why don't these men want you? And they're like, yeah, we are perfect, but they're kind of like clowning them, like making fun of them when they're doing that. And I feel like these black women who do these panels don't realize that. But what's funny is I feel like what we're seeing now with this Black Women Save America, with your voting, black men are messing up and doing 80% Trump. That's the new version of that, but they do it for politics. It's the exact same dynamic. Like, black women, why do you vote so well? And the black women are like, yeah, we do vote well. Maybe we should save us, we should get stuff. We should get special treatment. And the white people are like, here's another story about why black women vote so well. They keep saving America. Black men, what's wrong with you? Why can't you vote as well? It's the same playbook. They just changed. They tweaked it a little bit. And it's,
black men, why do you want to get off this plantation so bad? Can't you see that 80% of you love the plantation? Where are you gonna go?
I told you what they were telling me. You're indoctrinating this shit into young brothers.
Yep.
That it's supposed to be a program where you're setting them up to be leaders, and you're telling them that really a leader.
There's that word lead. Like, what? You want black men to be centered and lead?
Like, how the fuck do you have a program called Future Black Leaders of America, and you're telling the boys right off the dribble, like, y'all got to sacrifice and fall back? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, how that work?
So they're even saying that young, they're telling them that you gotta let black women lead. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, that's what my son was telling me was going on.
What you gonna say, Vita? I was going to say, what I really hate about that is it never teaches black boys how to address their own needs. Then we sit up there and we'll say, oh, these black men, they get in these relationships, they don't know how to do this, they don't communicate, we never taught them. You literally teach them to only give to you, protect you, provide for you. That's it, right?
Oh, man, that's beautifully said.
How do they learn how to deal with their emotions? How do they learn how to be leaders? How do they learn? Because most black women want men to take the lead. So I don't even know where that mentality comes from.
But I'll add something else. I think they don't want to teach black women how to address their needs too, because if you look at these articles that they're all writing about, black women saved America again. Now you need to pay attention to us. None of these articles about black women saving the Democratic Party know how to ask for anything. They don't know how to ask for programs, actual political agenda, nothing except love us and appoint us to lead over black men. Man, give us jobs over. But no one's being taught to address.
And not only that, you're talking about these young men. I think it was Mario that brought it up about the video of the mom cussing out the son because he voted independent.
Yeah.
And then you get on Twitter and see all these people talking about how fucked up black men are and relationships and all this kind of stuff. Well, if you look at that video, that's why you got what you got.
Thank you.
That's why you got what you got.
That black mom. Now, when I saw the video, I actually feel bad for the mom too, because it was clear she was out of it. Like, she was out of it. But she
you saw it? You saw it?
No, this is an old one. This mom snapped on her son. It was a little boy in elementary school. And he was at school.
Yeah.
And we was at school, and she was like, but like had her fist like, you want me to do that? Like she was about to fight this little
And
boy.
the teacher was standing right there.
Right there. And because first of all, that shit never went down around me when I worked at a school. When I saw parents do that shit, my first reaction is protect the kid and de-escalate the parent. Because when you cannot stand by and let this woman berate and abuse her child in front of you. Like, that's insane. So, but when I saw that video, my first thought was how fucked up this mom has been to that little boy. But my other thought was, look at what mind state this mom is in. Her brain is literally saying, this is my enemy and I have to fight to defend myself. So her brain is literally saying that. That's why we go into fight mode. It's called, remember, fight, flight, freeze, and appease. Those are survival responses. Why is she in survival mode with her son? So that lets me know that she has never learned how to heal from her trauma. And she has kids and she's passing that shit down. Do you want to know when that little boy grows up, how is he going to see women? How is he going to see the women around him? Is he going to trust anybody? Is he going to be able to build connection when the person who's supposed to love him the most is treating him like he's the enemy?
Mm-hmm. Well, but also, was the teacher
play
white?
it real quick?
Was the teacher white?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
I told you to do Biden. Now we done lost a damn vote. We done lost a vote. That's gonna go to Trump. God damn.
And that voting creeps me out too. I mean, the laughing creeps me out.
Democrats, we need somebody in there with sense.
So the grandmother's on the line too. The sister laughing really bothers me.
You know what I said, do when you go in there. You go. That's what I did. You said you go in there. This shit funny. I told you. I said go Democrat Biden. Now there's a fucking vote that we done lost that can fucking go to Trump. He said he ain't no funny.
So he didn't even vote for Trump. He just said he didn't vote for Biden.
Yeah, exactly.
So she's mad because she feels like that's. You know what's crazy? I've never seen a black family. I've seen white people do shit like this because white people really do. Like, politics is like their religion. Like, it's like you're a Christian Republican family or we're a liberal Christian family, whatever. Right? I've never seen black people react this way to fucking presidents. I've never seen this.
Nah, ever.
I've never seen anything. That's fucking insane. And
I
who
mean,
is who?
He was laughing to a degree as well, but at the same time, I mean, why would you record your brother getting clowned and then send it to people or put it up there? Like, I just think people don't realize what a bad look is anymore. I don't know. I mean, they seem old enough to vote.
I never heard of
this. She sounded like she was young, so that wouldn't surprise me. They don't understand. They don't have the same. Especially as a sibling. As a sibling, you laugh when your siblings get in trouble.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. That's true. But see, for me personally, man, like that type of response. How do I get off this screen? Because I think that's it for that video. It was more that was said, but this particular.
Real quick, I have to go, but I mean, y'all don't have to leave if you don't want to. I'm just
waiting on my cousin to hurry up so I can get my birthday lunch.
Okay.
Yeah, sit here waiting.
I have to go do something with my wife. But take care of y'all.
All right, man.
You said whipped, yeah. That's me. Okay. I'll own it. All right.
But no, but you were talking about the I don't know if you want to make another point about that, how black boys are treated in their connections, you know, as they get older, how they develop relationships as they get older.
I was just gonna say, yeah, that you made the point earlier though. I mean, that was beautifully stated because that was something I didn't know how to exactly articulate it, but I was thinking to myself, you know, when this young man grows up or gets older, because obviously he's grown already, that's a problem in and of itself. One of the things that I do with my son, he's 17 now. So when he goes about, he goes out into the world and he formulates his own thoughts and everything like that. I try to, as a man, as a young man, I want to respect his opinions about things and allow him to verbalize his viewpoints because I want him to think things through. And so even if I don't agree with his conclusion, as a man, I still want to show him the respect to hear what he has to say and then have a respectful dialogue about the situation or whatever. And if he stands on his square and he feels how he feels about it, I respect it. You know what I'm saying? As long as he articulates it and can give a reasonable explanation of whatever he's feeling the way he's feeling, I feel like it's better for me to get them to be able to think critically about things than it is for me to make them be 100% in agreement where I stand on something.
Exactly.
You know
because I'm too old for them to understand where I'm at.
Right.
Yeah, I do the same thing with my daughter.
Yeah, you have certain things that they didn't have yet. They don't even know how the world works.
Right.
Well, I've had experiences that they ain't never gonna have.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? My daughter's growing up fucking middle class. My daughter ain't never had to worry about crack and jail and all that bullshit.
Same thing with mine. Exactly. Yeah. And I talk to him about that. I want to be truthful and honest with him about how the world is, you know what I'm saying? But that young man, like when these women complain about, oh man, these niggas are bitches, and then when they get to doing all that, this is why.
This is why
dudes like that are gonna be the dudes that you grow up being frustrated with. Like, why he acting like this? And that's why.
Why doesn't know how to be assertive? Why doesn't know how to handle business? I gotta always be the person. Shit, everything's on my back. You'll be mad and resentful. But it's something else that I want to point out what you're talking about. That development of critical thinking skills is super important because you're helping him learn how to be logical, so you don't have to worry about him when he goes out into the world because he knows how to think. He doesn't just take everything at face value. My dad, I wish my dad was kind of like that when I was growing up. He was very big on us debating. Like he made sure my brother and I would have to debate every day. We have to watch NewsHour with Jim Lehrer. We were kids. We have to watch PBS and debate politics, right?
Damn. Okay.
But as my dad got older, he relapsed his mental ill. He became mentally ill.
Okay.
And extremely, he was abusive to us, but he became even more abusive to my younger brother, who's 15 now. What's interesting is he and I were talking, and he was talking about how my dad, so my baby brother, he's not really political, but some of his friends are pretty like conservative perspectives. He lives in Norwalk, so it's like a predominantly Latino community. So he doesn't really have the perspectives that I have growing up around Black people in South Central and with activists. So he's not telling me some shit, and then he tells me, and Dad got mad, and he started yelling at me, and he's like, just because I had a different opinion than him. So he's telling me what the opinion is. I forgot what it was. It was something like, it wasn't black on black crime, but it was something somewhere around those lines, right? And so after I told him, that wasn't right for our dad to do that, I asked him, I didn't tell him my opinion on shit. I just kept asking him questions. I did the Socratic method, you just
I love that. The Socratic method. Beautiful.
And help him develop. He's like, oh, I didn't think of that. Oh, okay. And then he was way more open to anything I had to say. And then when me and my other brother, we all got together, we had got reunited after like 6.5 years. So I hadn't seen him since he was like 8 or some shit, right? So I get to my other brother's house, and we're all talking. And my baby brother is just like, I didn't know any of this stuff. He didn't know how to be open to it because nobody had ever taught him. My dad was so busy trying to bully him into opinions, it made my brother go the other direction. So he was like, everything you're saying is wrong because you're a bully. So I'm going to just say, stick with these, other beliefs because you're a bully. That's why.
That's the thing. You got to, my daughter comes in and she's political. She come in here with all these different talking points. And the only thing I say is, well, what evidence do you have to back it up? So when she starts trying to break it down, I'm like, okay, well, what about this? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to present to you a scenario. I'm going to present to you how I see this thing playing out. And what I want to know from you is, how do you stop that from happening? Because we had a conversation about they were doing all the protesting and stuff. I said, man, I noticed that the protesting went from Black lives to everybody else's lives. And she hadn't even paid attention to it. She just, it hadn't dawned on her. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how they do it. They slowly matriculate this other shit in there. And I said, how do you stop that from continuing? And not only that, what's the next move? Okay, you guys have protested all summer. It's wintertime here in Portland, 45 degrees, raining. So what's the next move? So this is where she's been at for the last couple of weeks, trying to figure out what's the next move? Because we've done this part already. So what are we going to do next?
This is the thing about, when I was a community organizer, when I was about her age, honestly, I was a community organizer like her. And one of the things I had to learn was you have to have specific, clear, tangible goals. What do you want to happen? Who is responsible for making sure that happens? How do I get into a meeting with that person? Okay, they don't want to meet with me. How do I go to the council session on TV and get up there and cuss their ass? Whatever, what is the strategy here? If this doesn't work, are we going to go to the state assembly? This doesn't work. What are we doing? Like it's always looking at what's my goal and what's our strategy to get that goal met. And if you don't have that work, and I like what you said too, like you basically bring up other things. Like, what about this? What about that? That creates the ability to solve problems. I didn't think about that. If your opinions aren't challenged, that's why I hate whiny ass bitches. And I'm gonna call you a bitch. I hate
Nice, your big head up in here. What you doing up in here?
Oh, hey, Nigel.
You're hiding and shit.
But I was gonna say that. See, I hate when that happens. I lose my train of thought. What was I saying?
No, you was talking about bringing up different ideas of how to combat certain things and how do you get into different spaces to have these conversations? What's your strategy?
No, but I said something in particular I was about to say right now, and I lost it when you brought up Niger. When y'all do that, it throws me off. I be losing my shit.
but it's important to have a strategy because no matter how young the generation is, the play is always going to be the same. So the protesting might have looked different. It might have went different places because if y'all remember back in June, the protest was up in Beverly Hills and shit. It was up on Fairfax and Malibu and all these different places. So even here in Portland, the protest made it to Hillsborough and the rich people neighborhood and Council Crest. Okay, that's out the way. So what's the next move? Because now the enemy, and not just the enemy, but even your allies know your moves. And
there we go. I remember now. They helped me out in the chat. This is why I hate whiny bitches. I hate whiny bitches that are afraid to have their opinions challenged. That's what you don't want your kid to become. Because what happens is people become married to their ideas instead of being married to their goal. So they're more married to this belief versus married to the actual goal of like liberation, right? So I'm so married to this other idea. If you have to have your opinions challenged, you have to have your beliefs and ideas challenged. Y'all see me debate on Twitter. Half the time y'all think I'm debating. I'm actually learning from a lot of these people. I want to see if you know what you're talking about. There's a guy, he's an economist. I actually like him a lot. Shimmy Cricket on Twitter. We don't agree on a lot of shit, but he does educate me and put certain things in perspective when we debate. Okay, I didn't think about it that way. And to me, exactly. I like what Probable Cause just pointed out. Whiny bitches subcategory. Google is free. Exactly. It's that whiny shit when you're afraid to have your opinion challenged. There was actually somebody the other day. I won't say who it was because we follow each other, and he's not a bad person, but he made a statement like it was a fact. And I said, well, how do you know? He said, well, I don't have to explain anything. I don't have to explain my opinions to you.
See there.
Then why the hell did you tell me your opinion?
Why are you talking about it?
Right. He said, I don't have to opinion up. You don't understand. You just understand. I'm like, I'm just trying to understand your perspective. You said this is true. What evidence do you? How do you just come to this conclusion? But he got so defensive, and I just laughed and I said, you know what? Exactly. I'm not even surprised you did that shit. And he thinks he's smart. He doesn't have to be a smart guy. But I'm thinking, if you're so smart, how are you in your feelings? Because I challenged. Not even challenge it. I just asked you, how do you know this? That's literally what I said.
Yeah, but that's the thing is that when you start challenging people's ideas, you start to find out how many ideas either they really do have, or that you find out they don't really know shit. And it's something like Steve Coakley says, because I told my daughter this, I said, when you guys are doing what you're doing, you got to know how to hold some stuff back too. I said, you never want to let the enemy know the power of what you have until they're too defensive to defend themselves from it. So if you go out and you tell everybody everything that you're going to do, you ain't going to win.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And don't be afraid to cover your secrets up and talk in secret, because that's what the enemy does.
And see, this is what happens when people like religionize their ideas. You know what I'm saying? The ideas become like a sort of religion for these people. And so when you challenge it, they get in their feelings about it instead of really just breaking it down and finding out what the flaws are and all that.
At the end of the day, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King might not agreed on everything, and they probably didn't like each other, but they knew they had to coexist.
There's a common goal.
Yeah, we can coexist because we're going for the same goal. I ain't got to believe everything you believe. And that was my whole thing with the whole voting stuff. People talking about Kamala and all this shit, and I'm like, well, what do they represent that you can use? Where are you? Show me where these people are leading you. You guys are all going to the same goal. I said, because honestly, I see 2008 to 2012 again. And there was a certain sentiment when people were saying, oh man, we ain't never gonna go back to the way it used to be, especially when the pandemic just hit.
Right.
You lied. Because that's exactly where you want to go back to. You want to go back to the way things used to be. You just don't want to admit it.
It's interesting because I saw those memes that were like, this is the good racism now, the racism that we grew up on and we're used to or whatever. And I thought that shit was interesting. I'll be honest, I prefer my racism not be blatant in my face because I just want to go to the store, get my shit, and go home without having to deal with your shit. Right. So I understand that too. I don't have to be followed around the goddamn store. I don't want you to ask me if I can afford some shit. I don't have a little weird shit white people when you go. I don't want to deal with that shit. So I get
microaggressions. Yeah, the microaggressions.
Perspective that all white people are racist. So I don't have this assumption. This is what how people say. They'll say, well, I like my racism blatant because then I know what I'm dealing with. The problem is you should have known that before they open their mouth.
Exactly.
So at the same time, let's not act like racism is now over because it's different. It's not.
The only thing yeah, I feel you 100% on that. And the biggest thing for me is I just want to be able to not feel like I'm about to die when a police officer pull in behind. You know what I'm saying? When I'm driving along to work or whatever, and the cop get behind me, I'm like, oh fuck. You know what I'm saying? I ain't doing nothing. You know what I mean?
Right. That's the small stuff. I'm just asking to be alive. I just want to be alive. I just want to be able to go to the store. And I remember one time me and my brother had just got out the penitentiary, man. And this stupid nigga, we walked into the store and it was summertime, and this is pre-gentrified Portland. And the police pulled up on us. And they knew him off the top, off bat. And this motherfucker police officer pulled the flashlight out, started flashing. This nigga started breakdancing. I was like, nigga, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I was just like, I was tripping. I was like, nigga. So the cop, my brother started breakdancing when he put the flashlight on him. You know what I'm saying? But then I thought about it on the way back from the store because they went on and went about their business. I thought about that shit and I was like, damn, I can't even walk up the street. I can't, you know what I'm saying? I'm asking for the bare minimum. I ain't asking for no job like these blue check motherfuckers. I don't want no job from you. I don't want none of that. I just want you to leave me the fuck alone. Why can't I just get you to leave me the fuck alone?
Why can't I drive to the store and not have to throw my joint out the window?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Somebody
marijuana's supposed to be legal.
Right. Somebody asked, do we go to church? Now, I'm gonna tell you right now, I've been to funerals more than I've been to church services. No, I swear, I put that on my mama.
If y'all want to know the truth, I'll tell y'all because I don't always like to tell black people because black people get all nervous, but I don't believe in none of it at all.
Yeah, I don't go to church.
So you talking to the right one. I don't do shit.
Oh yeah, I said that early on Twitter, Jate. I was like, yeah, this is gonna be the election of they won't let me. I said this is the deadbeat baby daddy talk. She won't let me. She won't let me. That's what this is gonna be. So whenever stuff starts happening, y'all know what it is.
About this, bro. When you said that, it just dawned on me how so much of what we think as a community think about politics is like fucking. It's analogous to the way we deal with our relationship.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that, man?
It's the same
Didn't
shit.
you say that, Mario? I could have sworn you just said that on Twitter the other day or said something similar.
Maybe I did. I don't know. You know how that goes. but
you did. You compared it to a relationship. You did, and somebody said something stupid to you. Remember, some girl said something stupid to you, like you just found that out.
Oh yeah, what he's talking about it's like when black people are working on the job, and all those years they give you a button or a mug, and they want to fight you for your PTO.
Right. Been working there 30 years, and you retired. They give you a watch and a plaque. You're like, all right, let me cash it.
And they ain't trying to give you your PTO for shit.
Nah, that ain't happening, buddy.
Yeah, for real, and that's real talk. That's real
that
shit.
Actually happened to somebody too. That it was a teacher or something that had retired, never called off sick, nothing, didn't take a vacation, something crazy. And so she had something like 800 hours of unused PTO or something insane. And they was
let
like,
her.
well,
They usually make you use it. They be like, oh no, you gotta use it.
It was something crazy. And then they were like, well, we're only gonna give you 45% of that. Like it was something like they. And then she was like, what the hell? Y'all didn't think I never took a day off or nothing. Like y'all gonna do me like that after service all this year? All this
Stop being so dedicated to these jobs. That's the problem with black people. I will take my days off. When I was younger and I used to work, I used to be like nervous about taking my sick days. I would be at work really about to die if somebody had to take me to ER right after I got off of work because I would not get off of work. I was just that, nervous about taking off. Now, oh hell no. I take my time. I worked for it. That's the other thing you don't understand. You earned that shit.
Yeah.
All the work, that's part of your earning. That's what they. That's not a gift.
Because some of these jobs got a way of making you feel guilty for taking time off and all that type of stuff. I'm like, bro, it ain't my fault that the place is understaffed.
I'm not that married to jobs.
No,
I had to learn that. I'm not one of those people.
It was an acquired thing. I had to learn that the hard way a couple times. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you get so devoted to that shit to the point where you put the company's well-being, and then there's a lot of indoctrination that goes into that. Like these companies propagandize a lot. You know what I'm saying? And so you start feeling bad about taking time off for yourself. And I'll quit a job so fast.
Hell yeah. I'll quit. I'll quit in your face. I don't give a fuck.
Listen, I've walked out. I've cussed the person out and walked out on a job. It's like you don't understand. Like I have zero patience for disrespect. So I had to learn. So I don't have to take any disrespect. Fuck your check.
Right.
I was homeless. That's not because of that situation. But I'm saying, as a person who's been homeless, and that wasn't that long ago, like a year ago, I can tell you, don't shit scare me now. Because I ain't worried about it. Yeah. If I will never starve, I will be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, I had to couch surf for a little bit. Hey, I'm grateful that I have people's couches that I can sleep on.
Yeah, but that's how blessed your ass.
But see, that's
I have to sleep outside. You know what I mean? Right. So I'm okay. I don't have to panic. I'm not about to sit up here and let this job talk crazy to me, not give me my fucking money. I actually got in trouble when I worked at Vice because I didn't even know this till later, like maybe a couple years later, when my friend told me. But I got in trouble because I was going off on them because they wouldn't give me my fucking check. They're like, it was a problem here. You're supposed to just wait. I'm like, I don't know the rules of Hollywood. Give me my fucking money.
Yeah. That's it.
Don't play with me.
And the thing is, like, man, look, a lot of people don't know how to hunt and how to be uncomfortable while they're in the process of hunting.
Thank you.
They scared of that insecurity. You know what I'm saying? Yep. They don't know how to hustle. You know what I mean? That's just it.
That's the thing. Boom, boom. I found friends who were going out of town. They let me stay in their place. Yeah. You find ways to get through the shit you got to get through. And then guess what? You come out of it, you have so many other skills and there's so much shit you ain't going to take from nobody. By the way, thank you for all the happy birthdays. I did see those. Thank you so much.
When you got those survival techniques, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll tell people in a minute, there's certain things that I don't ever want to have to do again. But don't ever get it twisted like I won't.
Right.
Oh, I'll
don't get it twisted.
I don't care how homeless I am. I'm not living with roaches.
No, I'm just saying on a street level. You know what I'm saying? There's certain things that I've done in my life that I don't ever want to do again.
Oh, you
don't. But don't test my freedom and don't test my morality because nigga, I can lose that for a little while and go back and get it when I need to. So sometimes, and I learned this, and this is really weird. I learned this in college because I started noticing how, coming from the streets, and then when I became a single dad and started going to college, I still had a different mentality, but I started seeing all these ass kissing ass niggas. I was like, damn. I was like, is this for real? Y'all, you is for real. And they would kiss ass for crumbs. And I'm like, bro, I would tell these niggas, I'm like, bro, you don't even have to do that. We can go over here and do that. They wouldn't do it. They would not do it. It was some scary ass shit.
I had a coworker. I'm gonna say his name. His name was Juan. He was black, and he was such a fucking cornball asshole. This was a job I had when I was in college, I got when I was in college, and right out of college I stayed there. So I'm in my early 20s. This motherfucker almost 40, if he wasn't 40 yet. He used to do shady shit like snitch. on people. He would do. I was a program manager, and I managed a site in Watts. Our main office was like near downtown, so sometimes I would have to go to my site. Instead of just emailing me questions, I had to go to my site one day. Instead of just emailing me alone, just say, hey, when are you going to come back to the office, or give me a call? Hey, when are you going to come back to the office? I want to talk to you about something or work on something. He emails me and CCs my supervisor.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My supervisor didn't even know I had left the office because I don't have to check in on my supervisor for shit like that. So I'm like, why would you CC him? That was like shady. I didn't get in any trouble, but the fact that he did that showed me the kind of person he was. And then we got into an argument during lunch. He and I got an argument during lunch about something with the job. He went and told the program director. And then she was like, I want you guys to work this out. So she had me and him sit in a room and talk. And I'm just thinking to myself, why did you even run in here to her?
Why are you telling?
Because he was trying to kiss ass. He was a big ass kisser. He wanted white people. Well, she was Mexican who acted white. He wanted her to.
Oh my God! Don't bring that up.
She was terrible to her parents. No, real shit. She was from Burbank. Well, she lived in Burbank. She was married to some white guy. Her parents did not speak English. Her parents did not speak English, right? Her dad got a cowboy hat on and shit. So he's Mexican.
Yeah, he's Mexican.
She would only talk to him in English.
Did she dye her hair blonde?
She was damn near close to it. She straightened her hair. And I thought that shit was shady. I was like, your parents don't know what the fuck you saying. Why would you disrespect them like that?
Yeah.
And if they talking to her in Spanish, and she speaks total Spanish, she was just being a bitch.
Right.
I thought that was disrespectful personally. You know what I mean?
Yeah. When I learned that stuff, man, and then, you start getting connected with certain people or whatever. And I was just like, damn, I was tripping. I was like, man, how long y'all niggas been doing this shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, this how shit work? And I ain't gonna lie to you. I was like, I'd rather be in the street life than deal with this shit. This is humiliating. What do they call it?
Talk to you and shit.
Yeah, they let people talk to them any kind of way. Like are you gonna humanize yourself?
Remember we was having that conversation, man. I was saying that one of the struggles that I had, not getting in trouble no more and all that, going to jail and dealing in the streets and all that, was a big thing adjusted to how people talk to you.
Yeah.
And I remember because when you
go dehumanizing, there you go.
People don't understand, like in jail you can't just, or in prison especially, you can't just say whatever.
No, and that was what I had to deal with.
Yeah. You can't.
I couldn't deal with that. You just say whatever you want to say.
Right. It's consequences for how you talk. So like there dudes be hella respectful, or if they're not, at least they understand the consequences that come with that and they ready to deal with it. But in the square world, it's not like that. And people
not at all.
Can talk to you whatever way they want to and not expect there to be other consequences that come with that. So there's no fear. They just gonna say whatever. And that was a very hard thing for me to deal with.
Well, think about how when we were in school, right? And somebody would do some shit to fuck with you, but if you beat their ass, who got in trouble?
You got in trouble.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I just had a really straightforward way of thinking about that, because I'm like, man, we all grown-ups. Like, why y'all doing that as a grown-up? Like, I know why they do it now, but back then I was like, it just didn't make sense, because I'm like, but you a grown-up though. Like, you don't have to do this. You grown. You got kids at home. You got a wife, and you up here on this campus acting like a bitch.
Right.
On purpose.
Mm-hmm. Not surprised.
But it goes back to what we was just talking about a little while ago with that mom with her son in the car.
Very, very passive aggressive.
Yeah.
Very passive aggressive.
I'm gonna say that's like I hate the word nice. When I teach empathy classes and all that shit, right? And I'm like, I don't use the word nice, because empathy is nothing to do with nice. Right. Niceness is usually passive aggressiveness. That's usually what happens. To me, it's a white tactic. That's what white people do.
And that's how a lot of those blue checks on Twitter, especially that Professor Crunk or whatever her name is, they're all passive aggressive. That's everything they do is passive aggressive.
And sassy and all that.
Yeah, they've been around white people so long that they don't have to worry about consequences, because, well, they don't even live around any black people anyway. But in the real, because me, Mario, I'm kind of retarded like this. Where I'm always living in real life. I'm like, man, if it was real life, I'd slap the shit out of you, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I have to remember in my brain, like, this person is never gonna be in a position to where they're gonna be around someone that can do something to them. Ever. they're never going to be in a situation like that because they will do anything they can to make sure they don't have to live around niggas.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Including suck dick, kiss ass, whatever. I hate to say it like that, be so harsh. But
Gina, what was that? You said it was a distinction between nice and having empathy. Is that what you said?
Yeah, there is. Because
Okay.
I never teach about being nice. So I teach
break that down.
When I teach my trauma class, I talk about being empathetic. Empathetic means you're connecting with something, whatever's they're dealing with, you're connected to it. You feel it, right? So it's like, for example, if you tell me you had a long day and you didn't get a chance to eat lunch, and then you got home, the dishes weren't washed when they were supposed to be, and you maybe lost your temper and you snapped, right? And I would hear that story and I would say, wow, it sounded like you really needed some support. You didn't feel supported. Or I would identify you didn't eat today. So I could see that you have to, you clearly need some support in making sure that you eat in the morning. So that's me understanding you versus, oh, is that what happened? Oh, I'm so sorry. That sucks.
Okay.
It's me actually identifying, things that, what your actual needs are. What needs are underneath that story you just told me? You told me this long story about your day. What you want to do is unload and vent. So that's now my chance to sit there and listen and identify what needs are there for you. It sounds like you have a really strong need for stability. It doesn't feel like that situation made you feel that way. You sound like you were a little afraid. Is that what happened? Because I know what that feels like. Maybe I haven't been in that situation, but I know what it feels like to be afraid. I know what it feels like to be hungry and stuck at work. I know what it feels like to go home and shit ain't done the way it's supposed to be. After this long, stressful day you just had, I know what that feels like, even if I'm not in that exact situation. Gotcha. So that's what empathy is. This is what people do when they be nice. They'll be insulting. People insult you while being nice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So I see you really got over that really bad breakup after he, left you for that woman.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I can see that, I see you're looking great now.
They'll be like, wow, you stayed in that relationship that long. I couldn't have done that. You're really strong.
Right.
That exactly. Kind of thing. Yeah. Got you. So let me ask you this, following up on that. So what do you do, or I know you've had to have encountered this before, when you're trying to make that connection, empathetic. Well, first of all, let me ask this before I go to the other thing I wanted to ask. What do you distinguish between empathy and sympathy?
Yes.
When you make so
empathy is being nice. It's the same shit.
So you say sympathy is just being nice to them. Okay.
I remember somebody had created a meme. You've probably seen this before, Vita. Sympathy is someone is down in a hole and they say, I need some help, and they throw a sandwich down there. Towards empathy is where they try to help you get out of the hole.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that actually is a great video by Brene Brown. That's where that concept comes from. It's actually a little video where it's like the person's in the hole and they're dealing with this thing, and you're like, yeah, okay, need a sandwich. Well, or what she calls silver lining it. Well, yeah, I mean, your son's on drugs, but at least he's at home.
Right.
He whipped your ass, but at least he loves you and he goes to work and he pays the bills. That
so you're sympathizing, but empathy says, I'm going to come down into the hole with you, sit with you, listen to you, connect with something, connect what's inside of me with something that's inside of you, and I'll help you through this situation, or I'll support you. The thing is, sometimes you can't even say, there's very little you can say it's going to make the situation better. But what does help is you being there for them. The problem is everybody wants to be we don't like to see the people we love in pain. So we want them to stop being in pain, or we want them to stop talking about their pain because it makes us feel bad.
Well, that's how white people treat black people. They treat black people with sympathy, not empathy.
Right. It's pity. A lot of times it's pity too.
Yeah.
I don't want to get down there with you. I don't want to really support you.
So
right.
But I might do a little something. Maybe I throw a sandwich down there.
Right. And a crack pipe.
I got you. So let me ask you this: like, when you're dealing with people and you're trying to display empathy, one of the because I remember you mentioned the word you pick up on, okay, this person wants to vent. One of the troubles that I have with as a leader is dealing with and being empathetic to people that when I find out, okay, this person just wants to vent, that is one of my pet peeves. So like, what do you do in situations where you find a person that kind of just they start just having a problem for every practical solution that you try to give them?
So that means don't give them more solution. They don't need a solution. That's not what they were looking for. What they were looking for is to have you listen. It's difficult. It's a lot of times it's difficult, especially if it's someone who that's basically what they always do. And so you feel like, yo, or do you even really need my support, or you just want to just talk, about this thing that you really need? At that point, for me, I always am very clear about my boundaries. Empathy is never absent of boundaries. So I always want to let people know that. People think empathy means you just let people run all over you and you never mind.
Right. Yes.
Never absent boundaries. If you're uncomfortable, that's you. That means if there's a reason why your body says a signal, I'm uncomfortable with this. This doesn't feel good for me. This person is just they're gonna, no matter what I tell them, they're gonna just do whatever else, or they're gonna argue with me about it. I don't feel like arguing with them about it. Right. Then you set up your boundaries. You say, look, what do you need from me? Do you want me to help you? Because right now I can give you some solutions, and you can take those with you and build off of them. Or I can sit here and listen, but don't expect me to be able to support you in the way that you want if you don't tell me what you need. Right. So I'm very clear about that. The other thing is sometimes people are venting. Listen to what the real need is. So when I say need, I use that very specifically. There are things that are our literal biological, neurological needs that we don't realize are needs. So the need for cooperation, not compliance. That's not the same thing, right?
No,
so
right.
Cooperation will be you and your wife. You just have to cooperate in the same space. Doesn't mean she always bends to your will or you bend to hers, but it's about the fact that we have to exist in this space together and we have to work together. That's a literal need when you're with people. A need is connection. A need is attention. A need is acknowledgement. A need is appreciation. A need is rest. A need is stability, right? These are things that are needs. When we don't get those needs met, honesty is a need. Clarity is a need. Understanding is a need. When those things don't happen, how do you feel? What happens to you? When you feel like this person is not being honest with you, or you read something that misled you, that need for honesty was violated. If you didn't get it, it went unmet. So with that unmet need, you begin to have feelings, right? So those feelings lead to what? Behaviors. So I often talk about that, like the anger volcano. So the thing about anger is underneath that is fear or hurt. Because there's a need that went unmet, right? So you're stressed out and this person is lying to you. So your need for rest and this need for honesty both went unmet. Now it's boiling up in you. Then let's maybe add some, other pressures, social expectations, right? That adds pressure to it. Like when kids throw a tantrum in the store and parents lose it and they beat their kid in the store because they're thinking of the social expectations of them being a parent, right? So that's adding pressure to the already needs that might have been bubbling underneath. So that leads to behaviors eventually if we don't address the needs. You have to know what you need. So it's important we're listening to people and we're giving them empathy. We're helping them to identify what they need. So I have an exercise that I do in my classes where one person talks for 5 minutes, the other person listens for 5 minutes while looking at a list of basic human needs that I have written out for them. Right? They look at that list, they're listening. So as they listen to the story, they're like, okay, I hear this person has a need for connection. So they told a story about how they tried to call their mother and their mother didn't answer the phone and support them or whatever it was, right? So you just you go through this list of needs. So after the other person finished talking, after the 5 minutes are up, the person stops talking. The other person now tells the other person what those needs are that they identified. The person will either tell them, no, that's right, no, that's not right, or yes, that is right. But the point is that you tried. And the thing is, the more you try that, people just feel like, okay, at least you're trying to connect with me. And they begin to open up more. So they might say, no, it wasn't a need for understanding. It was more like a need for clarity. Oh, okay. And then that becomes a conversation. After every time we do that exercise, people feel like they were heard for the first time ever. I teach parents to do that with their kids. Listen to your kid for 3 minutes or 5. It's hard for parents to listen to their kids for 3 minutes. So I have to give 5 minutes. I give them 3 minutes. Just listen for 3 minutes. Don't interrupt them. And see if you can identify what things are important to your child. What needs do they have that they feel aren't getting met? So that's what I mean by needs in identifying those and why it's important in providing empathy. So if you don't understand the need, how can you empathize?
Got you. All right.
That's like those people that I used to have a girlfriend like this long time ago where you know, or not just her, but just people would say, well, I don't want you to say anything. I just want you to listen. And I'm like, I don't want to just be the springboard for your shit for an hour. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to do that.
And that's the biggest problem I've had in my relationships. You know, it's just I don't want to hear I don't want to have conversations that I feel like are not good. Because when you're in a relationship, it's not just it's a little different because you're listening to a person venting or trying to discuss something that involves both of you intimately. You know what I'm saying? So it's not just it doesn't just affect them in a vacuum. I feel like it's a little easier when it's someone you're talking to, you know, and you're a third party and it doesn't affect you in the slightest. But when you're dealing with interpersonal relationships and then you're sitting here, you're listening to this person talking or whatever, then it takes on a little bit of a different tint. So it was hard for me to sit there and hear, oh, well, this, and this, you do this, and I feel like this, and this. And I'm thinking, well, shit, you do this, and this, and it affects me in this way. So it wasn't until like I had to learn how to really manage my natural reaction to argue back against whatever it was that I was being accused of. You know what I'm saying? That shit was.
Being accused never feels good either. Like your first instinct is to defend yourself. That's going to be your first instinct because you feel like you're being attacked.
Right.
So when you're being accused of something, especially if you didn't do it, of course you're going to want to fight back. But one of the things that's important, at least for me, I always see if I can hear what it is they're really upset about.
Yeah.
And usually it has nothing to do with you if you listen closely enough.
It
has everything to do with them and their perception and their beliefs of the situation versus what actually happened or even who you are and what you did. So sometimes that's the case. And it's important to say, okay, I hear you. Like I had a friend who was mad at me about that's a whole bunch of shit. I didn't even do half shit she said. But in her mind, that's what happened. Like she said,
oh my God.
I feel like whenever we go out, you expect me to pay for the lunch. That never happened. What happens is I go get my card and she's like, don't worry about it.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
So, but in her mind, she felt like she was obligated to do it because she had the better job. I never told her to do that, but that was something she did in her own mind, and then she resented me for it because it wasn't real. But when I heard her, I said, okay, I see what's going on. Damn. It's not even about me. It's about the fact that you feel like people take advantage of you.
Vita.
And you want to feel respected.
When
I said that, she said, yeah. I said, do you understand that I would never disrespect you? And that's not what I was trying to do. Whenever we go out, you offer to pay. I don't expect you to pay. You don't even have to pay. I would like to pay for you sometimes. When I said all that, there was no argument.
All said and done.
You realize that I almost lost my best friend of almost 30 years because of that very same thing. He had a car before any of us had our first car in high school. He already had his car. So he was the homie that had the whip. You know what I'm saying? So when we would drive around and go to places, he'd be like, yeah, y'all get ready. We about to go over here. Fast forward some years into the future, we had a big ass blow up, and it come to find out like he felt like he was always being taken advantage of. And I'm like, why do you? And I'm sitting here listening to this. I'm like, where is this coming from? You know what I mean? So I had to really fall back and just listen to what he was saying. I'm like, bro, you're the only one out of the group that had a car at all these years. Well, at that time, and that's why we was rolling with you. You was the one that was calling everybody up, like, "Hey, let's go do this." I didn't know the whole time you was feeling some type of way. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that's the case, you know, shit, I would have, we would have tried to work something out. You know what I'm saying? Like, but for you to be hiding it that whole time, or translating it as we're taking advantage of you, I ain't gonna lie, I kind of got pissed off about that because he was ready to end the friendship. But this is somebody I've been friends with since second grade. This motherfucker's ready to end the friendship because of something he had going on in his own head that he didn't bother to speak up about. I'm like, man, I don't even know if I really want to even deal with you no more. To be a matter of fact, we're not even friends like we used to be anymore, to be honest with you.
I went through the same thing with this friend because she had a whole list of shit. That was just one of the things. And I was just like, you realize none of that shit happened. Or at least that's not the way I saw it. Right. Mm-hmm. So but you're right. It does hurt the friendship. It made me not trust her as much because I was like, you're going to throw shit in my face.
I don't
that
want
I didn't ask for. Yeah. So I and I'm still cool with her. Like, I'm cool. Like, we'll talk, we text, but it's not like it was before because I don't know if I could trust her the same way.
Yeah, it's
I
not
see
like
everybody asking me. I see everybody asking me about my classes. So I was an independent contractor before AB5 in California. So now I have to work for an organization, and you have to contact them, and then they pay. I mean, you pay them, and then they send me like, we do it online now. So I'm teaching classes online now. But before I was teaching like parenting classes. I can't teach those anymore because of COVID, and those have to be in person. They don't work online. Because the activities and stuff, they have to be in person. I'd have to be able to translate it to an online class. But I am putting together curriculum. I kind of stalled because I started working on other stuff like champagne sharks. But I am working on curriculum specifically around African American trauma and healing. And everything I just talked about is a part of that. Empathy, understanding what your needs are, identifying your own traumas and triggers. All that stuff is a part of my class. So I am putting that together, and I will let you guys know when I have that ready to rock. It'll probably, if anything, it'll be affordable. If I can't do it for free, then I will do it, make it affordable. So.
And I just want to say, Nija is in the building for the first
Nija.
time
Hi.
ever.
Kenny's been trying to get you on here for like a million years. He's been telling me about it.
And we tried to do it like a month ago. Was it like a month ago? It was probably
it was like 3 months ago, and she acted like she didn't know how to use a computer.
Excuse me, he sent me the wrong link to be able to do it on an Apple.
No, it was
he sent me like the regular desktop link, and I couldn't do it on the Apple.
It was
laptop,
for the actual pod for Cast. When Cass was tripping.
Okay. Got you.
Yeah.
I don't have my camera on because I just took off my hijab, and I'm not putting it back on.
Man, that's cool. No problem.
It's all good.
Where did that comment go? Put some money on his gas. See, I feel you on that, but it's deeper than that. You know what I'm saying?
It ain't about the gas money. It ain't about none of that.
Right. It's not
about dealing with people like that. It's not about none of that.
Right.
Jate, you can kiss my ass, Jate. That's what you could do. You can kiss my black ass. What are you talking about? Kenny doing bad technology.
Right. I told you about my homeboy that I had that we worked at the same job. This is when I was doing bad, man. Like I had lost my job and I was doing Uber and all kinds of shit, trying to hustle.
Oh yeah.
And everything like that. And so I had a friend, a guy I had been friends with since middle school. And okay. So I had a conversation with him. He got me into, we used to help each other out a lot over the years. When I would work somewhere and he needed a gig, I'd be like, hey, apply over here. When his credit was bad, I gave him this book called The Credit Seeker's Bible, helped him get his credit score. Me and him always over the years, we would help each other out. That was just our thing. So he got me into this job, and we both had the same shift, going to the exact same place at the exact same time. All right. I didn't have him come pick me up from my house. Nothing out of the way. I would come to his house, meet him there, and then we'd go to work together. And when we get off, I would ride with him back to his house. And then from there, I would go home. All right.
Right.
I had a conversation with him before I started getting a ride with him. I said, look, I'm doing bad right now, bro. I'm behind on my rent. I'm behind on bills. Once I get everything cleared up, I got you. But right now, like, I'm not going to be able to do a whole hell of a lot. I'll give you what I can as far as like gas and shit like that. But he was like, man, don't even trip on that. Because this dude is well off. He wasn't never hurting for no money or nothing like that. Mm-hmm. So boom, it went cool for a little while. But then I noticed over time, he started asking me, like, yeah, man, you need to be here at this. At first it was, yeah, man, I leave at 11:30. So make sure as long as you're there by 11:30, we good. Okay, cool. Then it started, well, man, why don't you get here at like 11? And then that way we could, I'm like, bro, if I'm here when you leaving, I don't want to kick it at your house or nothing like that before we go.
Right.
So it started getting real weird. And then it kind of started, what the fuck do you want me to come to your house, man? What I don't want to come to your house. You know what I'm saying? He started putting all these weird stipulations on the ride. And then it just kind of dawned on me like, okay, he's one of those people that don't want. He has to feel like he has some type of power in this
Yeah.
Now, normally, I would never let it build up to that. I would immediately squash stuff like, okay, let me end this now. You know what I'm saying? So before it gets out of control, I'm that type of dude. I'll inconvenience myself just so I can, just to stop it from going to a level that it don't need to go. But in this particular case, because it was my partner from years and years, I just let it ride out, and then eventually it got to the point where we end up having a real big blow up, and now we not really cool like that no more. You know what I'm saying? And I wish to God that I would have just, when he started asking me to be there at a certain time and started asking for a specific dollar amount and all this kind of shit, I should have immediately been like, okay, you know what, bro? I appreciate everything.
Let me
I'll
move
get my ass on this bus.
Yeah, I catch the bus. Right.
That's what I should have done, but I let it go for too long when I should have just ended it right then and there. And then now we not cool like that no more. Yeah. But maybe it's good though. Maybe that was just,
it was bound to happen. It's like those people that you're friends with, and then y'all finally have a blowout and they start saying stuff. You're like, oh, you've been one.
Yeah.
You've been one to say that. You know what I'm saying? I've had those situations. So
I found out he was like telling his wife.
Thank you, Kamaria. Saying it right, Kamaria. And who else? Dylan. Thank you for the birthday wishes, everyone as well. Thank you.
You down in Atlanta, man. What is going on down there?
Are you talking about people celebrating in the streets?
Yeah, what's going on in Wakanda?
First of all, they're showing the gay area, so they're showing like the 10th and Piedmont area. So I drove by there earlier to go to the grocery store, and it was nothing but boulets, gays, and immigrants out there celebrating. So I don't know why they're trying to make it seem like this is like some huge victory. Like, of course, gay people are going to be happy that the liberals won. Like, they're going to get more rights and more funding. And yes, it's embarrassing. It's very embarrassing. They make Atlanta look so bad.
Yeah. They make y'all look bad, man. I ain't gonna lie. I remember
that area that like they were celebrating, like I'm sure like the median income is like $200,000 per year.
Oh, okay.
Like literally like that is by Piedmont Park. Like I had a friend that had a house over there. It was like worth $1 million.
Oh,
easy.
Wow.
And this was like 10 years ago.
So what you're saying is that wasn't Bankhead?
No, of course not. Black folks ain't celebrating this.
See, because I didn't really know. I'm from the West Coast, been on the West Coast all my life. I've never been to Atlanta. But I always thought that Atlanta, until this year, I always thought Atlanta was like the Outkast video. I didn't know that it was these hierarchies of.
It ain't been like that since the 90s.
Yeah.
A lot of people say that.
I found out there's gentrification going on
in 2006. They tore down all the projects, and it's been gentrification ever since then. We haven't really had a decent mayor since never. So Black folks gonna be hurting out here.
Yeah, they're doing it in Watts now. They got some projects in Watts where they built some. Yeah, where they built some affordable housing.
Yeah, Jordan Downs. I heard about
directly across the street.
Yeah, it's funny. I saw a video online, and it was Alex Alonso, and it was some brothers. I think they was from the Grapes, but they was talking about how they wasn't tripping on them tearing down the JDs, but they wanted to make sure that brothers got the jobs.
Right.
And I think they hired some brothers. I don't know how many. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what the process of that is. But that was a major issue. They was like, man, if they don't hire no brothers, it's gonna be some problems. You know what I'm saying? So
I always talk about how I worked in Watts. That's where I worked. So I worked at the elementary school across the street from Jordan Downs on Grape Street and like 103rd.
Jordan Elementary, ain't it?
No, that's a different.
It's not Jordan. Oh, okay.
I was Florence Griffith Joyner Elementary School. Okay. Used to be called like 103rd Street School, but when I got there, they had just changed into Florence Griffith Joyner. But anyway, so I worked over there. It's interesting that they're trying to change Watts, because it's one of those areas that low key, because the location is pretty ideal, but it's the hood. Like it's the hood. I'm from the west side of South Central. we talk shit about the east side of South Central because
Right.
like they're like extra, right?
Right.
And they kind of country. We talk to people and watch. It's not a little country sometimes too, but it's interesting being over there because was it Watts Coffee Houses across the street. There's like other Black businesses and stuff in the area. So I'm really curious to see what's going to happen to a lot of those Black businesses that are still holding on over there. And I don't know what's going to happen. I'm really nervous about Watts, to be honest with you, about what they're going to do with it. I know people are moving to the desert. I think they were moving people out to the desert, weren't they? To Lancaster or some shit.
That's been going on. Yeah, that's been going on for years, man, for decades.
Yeah.
Now, moving everybody out to San Bernardino. It started out in San Bernardino and in that whole area. Now, since the late 90s through the 2000s, it's been Palmdale, Lancaster. That's where they're moving everybody out
Apple
to.
Valley,
Right, Apple Valley. And then they pushed them out further than that. Like a lot of them went into Nevada, into Henderson.
Yes.
Some of them made their way into little towns in Arizona, Phoenix, Casa Grande, shit like that. So, yeah, but
somebody asked if Biden was pro BLM. No.
Somebody also asked, and Niger could probably answer this question: did the '96 Olympics accelerate gentrification? Because I remember that was around the time they built the Georgia Dome and all of that.
Oh, absolutely. The Turner Field was built for the Olympics, and it displaced like hundreds of Black families that lived in that area. And it's so crazy because like fast forward 15 years and they don't even use Turner Field anymore for the Braves. The Braves, they decided to leave Atlanta and go into Cobb because I guess too many people didn't like going into Atlanta to go to Braves games because of all the homeless people, because we have like a high like homeless population. So so they kicked a whole bunch of people out of their homes to build Turner Field, and then they stopped using it. So I think the Olympics pretty much just taught the I guess the people in power, like the mayor and city council, that some of these areas where Black people lived were becoming very attractive real estate, and they probably just took some years to figure out how they were going to get them out without it being like too harsh. But in 2006 they just ended up tearing down all the projects, and everybody ended up either moving further south or east. And like even where I live now in Pittsburgh, which is like near Turner Field and the new Mercedes-Benz Stadium, people are leaving. Like I'm seeing my neighbors leave like every week.
What's so wild? Everybody in LA is moving to Atlanta and Texas, so I'm surprised.
They're not moving to Atlanta. They're moving outside of Atlanta. I know that for sure.
Okay.
Well, the thing is, it's like Black folks gonna have to realize, like these little games of musical chairs we playing, it ain't gonna be too many other places left to run to.
Yeah, I mean, you're running out of places to go to.
I agree. And Atlanta's not a Black city anymore. I need people to start understanding that. Like, we don't have any power. Like, we may have like a Black mayor, but that's just the front, and she don't even like Black people. So
that was weird.
We found that out during the riots.
And
Yeah,
crazy the cops. Wait, and then didn't admonish the cops that did the actual murder.
And so many cops left.
Yeah.
One thing about it in Atlanta, we already had a police shortage, like a bad police shortage. Like we were short by like 2,000 police officers. So what she did kind of just made it worse, and they ended up leaving. So you call the police now. You lucky if somebody show up.
God damn.
Yeah, see, that's what I figured, because I know a lot of people was talking about reverse Great Migration. They was talking about going down there, but I see on the West Coast, we don't go too far down there. We'll go to Atlanta, but most of the time we go into Texas. We go to Dallas.
I think shit like that if there's gonna be a reverse Great Migration, people need to go to like Alabama and Mississippi, like those types of places.
That's what they're calling this era now. So this era is called that. So people are leaving the bigger cities like New York, LA, and moving back to the South, because at one point we left the South, and so now we're going back.
I know the connect. Oh, go ahead, Mario.
I was gonna say that's what's contributing to some of these southern states getting closer to flipping blue.
Yeah, because I'm starting to see how people are like. I know people in New York, they usually go to Virginia, North Carolina, Atlanta. places like
Where's
that.
Virginia
you know what I'm saying?
now? Virginia's
Yeah,
a
Virginia's
blue
blue.
state. Like Virginia is. Yeah,
I think we
Virginia
just need to stay away
is
from the
blue now.
larger cities, though. Like Atlanta's not a good place to go to. Charlotte's not a good place to go to. Nashville, Memphis, like those larger cities in the South, they're all being gentrified, and it's like impossible to like find affordable real estate and good jobs right now.
Yeah, they say Nashville is a lot like Portland. It looks a lot like
Yeah,
Portland, like Austin, Texas.
yeah. It used to
Austin,
be a
Texas.
little bit more brown, but it's not like that anymore.
Yeah,
there's still
But
some
people think that these are like black cities, and it's not like that anymore. If we're gonna go somewhere, go to like Jackson, Mississippi.
right.
Like turn Jackson, Mississippi out. Don't try to come to Atlanta.
Yeah, they go to like San Antonio is a place that's popping right now. Everybody's going to San Antonio. A lot of black people going to San
Interesting.
Antonio.
We lived there when I
But
was a kid.
there are companies like Hulu's over there now. Like my ex is one of the people who moved to San Antonio.
Uh-huh.
So they were moving. So a lot of people were moving to go like some of the big companies that are going over there because they have less taxes or whatever.
Yeah.
So Hulu's over there, or at least part of their offices are over there. There's people, a lot of jobs that are going to San Antonio.
So a lot of transit companies hire a lot of black people. So the transit company up here, which is called TriMet, you got Metro down in LA, and then you got the transit company in San Antonio. Well, they're all three. I only know this because I have a homeboy. His wife is a manager for Metro right now down in they live in Huntington Beach, but I think she works in Long Beach. Mm-hmm. And she said that there's a reverse of these black people in these different transit companies. I think Detroit, Atlanta, San Antonio, Metro in LA, and TriMet up here in Portland, where they recycle the same black people. So you got a lot of black people moving their families to these different places. And what they're doing is opening up these jobs to get more bus drivers, train drivers, whatever you want to call it. And they're all moving around. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of black people that work for TriMet up here in Portland. Because TriMet was one of those jobs here in Portland where you drive the bus for 30 years, you're gonna have a great pension, retire, you're gonna make a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure if Metro is like that, but she made good money working for Metro as a manager. So
Metro
she was like
that.
Yeah, so she went from TriMet to Metro. Now they're on their way to San Antonio.
And here's the thing, like, and this is why I keep my Class B CDL fresh.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not driving buses anymore, but I always make sure to keep my medical card and everything updated. Because remember when we were just talking about a few minutes ago about having a hustle and that you got to that's what I have to fall back on if you know what I'm doing now don't work out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to drive no more.
Right.
But if I have to do that, you know, I know I can ease. Now what they're doing though, there's a lot of these these transportation gigs, they're making it a little bit harder for you to get in now.
Yes,
you know
it's
what I mean?
harder.
Like it's not back in the day,
now too.
yeah, they making you take these weird ass tests and all this little weird shit, you know, that they weren't doing before. And so I'm telling like all these brothers, man, y'all better watch it because you're not just gonna be able to hop around like you ain't gonna be able to just hop around like you used to be able to driving no more. But keep your CDLs, man. Keep those CDLs up to date because I have a feeling that they're gonna start making it more difficult for you to get certain types of endorsements on your CDL, like they did with hazmat. When 9/11 happened,
that changed everything.
Right. They made hazmat endorsement much more difficult to get. You know what I'm saying? You got to jump through some extra hoops now and go get you got to go get your live scan thumbprint and like all this other extra shit. If you have a felony or certain types of felonies, you can't get your hazmat anymore. Like they did a lot of shit that fucked over a lot of people.
Yeah, that was one of the main things a lot of people had issues with the felony thing because if you have a drug case on your record and say you have manufacturing, which means you cook crack, you know what I'm saying, that can keep you from getting a hazmat license.
Yep.
That can keep you from getting that endorsement. You know what I'm saying? So it depends on what you got charged with.
Yeah.
PCS, DCS is one thing, but when you get that manufacturing charge,
it's a wrap.
Man, that'll fuck you up. Yeah, it'll mess you up big time.
See, Kenny, when I first did it with my felony back then, it was like pretty much any kind of like if you had a violent felony, anything that involved a gun.
Oh yeah,
they wasn't fucking with you. So that's why I couldn't get. Remember, I was telling you a while back about that gig that was at LAX when they were building everything over there. They were hiring bus drivers. They were starting people off at like $27, $30 an hour.
Yeah.
Right. but they was paying you for a full 8 hours, but you would only do like 4 hours of work, and then you can go home for the rest of the day, but they would pay you for a full 8 hours. And so when I went to go get the thumbprint for the background check done, it was a sister that was over the contract. She told me, yeah, you got the job, just pass the background check. And then she had this look on her face like,
can you pass the background check?
She knows.
You probably was looking off. You was looking thuggish when you went up there. Is that what happened? No. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. The thug energy.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. But so did it.
I just want to you guys I have to go because now I'm finally ready. I'm dealing with black people. I swear to God.
CTP
waiting on her to give me my birthday meal. But anyway, I appreciate everybody.
Enjoy your birthday, Vita.
Yeah, enjoy.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all the birthday wishes and the donations and everything. Thank you guys. You guys have a great rest of your day or weekend.
All right. I'll text you later, Vita.
We'll holla.
All right, for sure. Bye.
But now when they start talking about can you pass the drug test, or not the drug test, but that background check.
No.
Yeah.
It's gonna be an issue. Just don't get no felonies, man. You know what I'm saying?
There was one of the things like I live in a quote unquote felony friendly state, but if I'm gonna move out here, I gotta get this shit off my record before I leave.
Yeah.
So
California did some stuff, I think, where they just they became more of a felony friendly state.
Well, you know, they got this thing called ban the box that they do up here, and I think they got it in California too, where they say you don't have to say if you have a felony on your record unless you're a candidate for the job.
Mm-hmm.
So once you get past the interview and all that kind of stuff, so it kind of makes them like, okay, yeah, this person has a felony on their record, but he might be the best candidate, and that felony is from 18 years ago. Are we really gonna hold it? You know what I'm saying? So now you ain't gonna get none of that in Texas or nothing like that. Or, you know, Arizona's going to start adopting that. You know, they blue now, so they didn't legalize marijuana and all of that. So there's a chance that these things start changing a little bit. And, you know, the stuff I have on my record, it's hard to get the felony off because of the nature of the crime, of the hit and run because of driving and stuff. Like usually driving crimes, they don't want to let that off your record.
Right.
So, you know, but there's ways around it, and I found a way around it. So I'm gonna definitely because I ain't gonna be in Portland after my daughter graduate next year. I'm about to be out this camp.
Where are you trying to go?
Anywhere but here.
He was looking at.
I don't even want to be in Atlanta no more.
You want to get out of Atlanta?
Yeah, I'm tired of Atlanta.
Yeah, like, but you and your husband, y'all ain't trying to move out here though. Y'all trying to stay in the South.
Yeah, we gonna stay in the South.
I'm gonna tell y'all right now, if y'all ever do come to Cali, because I've had plenty of family members that tried to come to Cali from the South and they didn't make it.
Yeah.
They came out here, they hung for like 6-7 months, and they were like, we going back. We out of here.
Yeah, we would never. Like, the only place that we probably we go to Charlotte, because that's where my husband's from.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what is that, like 6-7 hours from Atlanta? 9 hours? Something?
No, it's like Charlotte's like 3 hours away.
3 hours?
Damn.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing about other parts of the country. Like everything is close.
You can get exactly. Yeah.
It takes an entire day to get out of the state of California.
Yes.
If I want to start out from down here, when I went up to where you at, Kenny, I think it took
18 hours.
Yeah, because if you're in Reading, it takes
6
crazy. Hours to get out.
12 hours. Well, I went. The first school I went to was in Weed, which is right outside Medford.
Yeah,
and that's a good 7 hours from Portland.
Yeah, Weed is like 7 hours from Portland, bro.
Yeah,
I started out when I used to work for Greyhound. I drove a late night schedule. It started in Reading, and then I think it took like 10 hours to get to
the
route.
Yeah, it's a drive.
Yeah,
I mean, from here to Seattle is 2.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But then that's the only city. I mean, everywhere else is hanging nigga Washington. So if you want to go south, the Bay is 9 hours from here to get from here to the Bay.
Yeah.
From here to Sacramento, Oakland, about 9 hours. But then to get to LA is another 10 hours.
It's 21 hours.
It's a beast.
From Portland to LA. It took us, but that's because we stopping and everything like that. When I took a Greyhound back because when I finished the route, they wanted me to stay in Portland and like wait to drive another route back down. I'm going home tonight. I'm not staying.
I know exactly where the station is you was at too, downtown Portland.
When I pulled into the station, bro, when I finished the route, I got all my passengers off the bus and I went inside to go check in. And the first thing I saw was white folks walking around barefoot, inside of the bus station.
Yep.
I'm like, bro, I'm not staying out
here. They had to close. They had to close that Greyhound station.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, man. You know, here in Portland, man. We got a huge homeless problem and a drug problem. We have drug addiction now. They decriminalized drugs.
Aaron?
Wait a
minute. What?
Aaron's in the stream. What?
Wait a minute. Let me see. Is that our Aaron?
Is that our Aaron? Or is that a different?
Not Pierce Steers Aaron. Let me see.
It looked like he got a beard and he is standing by some light, so I can't really tell.
I
can't tell if that's him or not.
But anyway, yeah.
But yeah, no, it's a lot of junkies and stuff like that around there, so they had to clean that area up. Like it was bad. So they closed that station where you had to park your thing at. They closed that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Portland has a lot of tweakers when it comes to like meth and heroin, and it's just bad, man. It's really bad. So
bro, I just remember that when I was up there, the energy was just depressing, bro.
Oh.
I thought it was different because I was actually looking forward to walking around the city and everything when I pulled up there. But once I got up there and I just felt the energy was just weird, I'm like, damn, I don't know, man. I don't think I want to stay up here. So
man.
They was like, well, you can stay here overnight, and then you can drive schedule back down to LA once I'm like, nah, just because we had a thing called cushioning. So with how it works is with Greyhound, they would actually pay you to what's called cushioning. You would sit in there with another driver while the other driver's driving, but you still getting paid to get dropped off in another city so that you can take the bus to the next city. It was like a relay race, basically. Just think of it like that.
Right.
So I got to pay the cushion to go back from Portland back down to Los Angeles, and it took us 21 hours to get there, bro. It was crazy. I said,
it's a long ride. It's a long ride. And that's why I don't come down there very often because, well, I can fly, but back before, back in the day, he was driving.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember my sister went to Brooks College down in Long Beach.
Okay.
And we drove down there, kicked it, and had to come back home. This was right when they built the Staples Center. So this is like around 99, 2000. They had just built the Staples Center.
I'm going to have to go because my family's watching a movie that I wanted to see.
Okay.
I feel real tired, but I see my son on the bed dancing, so he looks like he's enjoying it.
All right, thank you for joining us briefly, though.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'll come on again in the near future.
We'll set up a topic where you can come on and we'll get it in.
Okay, cool.
All right,
thanks again, guys. Bye.
Bye. But nah, man, driving from Portland to LA is a beast. It's a beast. And I wouldn't want anybody to do that.
It's not creative art.
No. And I know people that's done it. They do it once a week. They do it every week. Drive from here to LA every day. My boy, he moved. They moved from up here to down there in Southern California in Huntington Beach. He did that drive 4 times in a month because they was moving.
Mm-hmm.
He was driving by himself. I was like, man, you got me fucked up, man.
No, I couldn't do it. The only reason why I did it when I was driving trucks is because I didn't have to stop. You know what I'm saying? So I could just knock it out in 16 hours or however long it was for me to get from where I was from LA up there to Portland. Actually, no shit. I had to take those trucks all the way up to Tacoma. That's how I first started going to Tacoma, Washington.
As Jate call it, to Compton.
Yeah, to Compton. Yeah, except it's reversed because there's white people there.
Yeah,
looking like they live in the hood though.
Raggedy than a motherfucker.
Tacoma, it's some next level shit.
That's some next level shit right there.
Yeah, Tacoma's a weird ass town, man. It was
shoot, man. We got choices. My daughter's trying to get a scholarship to UCLA, so if she go to UCLA, I might come down there. She could go to Arizona State. My mom lived down there, so she got options. We'll see what's happening, but either way, or once she's done, I'm out of here.
Peace.
Yeah. She's done next year. Next year, she's graduating early, so she'll be done next year. And we're gonna go. I wouldn't look. I love California, so I definitely would. I don't know if I can afford it.
Well,
You know
it's
what
like
I'm
I
saying?
said, man, just go to one of them little off-brand towns, bro. You know,
Yep.
you don't have to be Los Angeles. It could be like where
No.
I'm at right now. It's decent. You know
Yeah. So we have to chop it up about that because I need to know what's popping down there in your area because
Yeah,
I
for
don't
sure,
need
for
to
sure.
be. I don't need to be in LA. I don't have to be down there.
I got you. Shit, if you can afford, I think it's 1,700.
Well, that's pretty much living in Portland.
Yeah. So I mean, if you could, I can go talk to the my people. You know,
That's
shit, let me
living
know.
up here. And if
Yeah.
she going to UCLA, that ain't that far from Altadena it's in Pasadena.
Right.
So
Yeah.
let's get off here, man, because
Yeah,
everybody
man.
bounced out, and I want to thank everybody for super chats and this motherfucker here. Yeah, okay. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Oh, he coming with you. He said he's passing the trailer to your move out, man.
He just finished. Jate just finished school. He got a bunch of certifications and stuff. So I don't know what he waiting for.
Man, get out.
He's a tech dude. He got the plug.
Yeah, shit. Don't wait till it die all the way.
Yeah, for real.
Leave, man. Like part of life is knowing when it's time. When you looking at reading the tea leaves and saying, "Okay, let me get the hell up out of here before it's really bad."
But shoot, man, I want to thank everybody for coming through. And I think T probably come back on a little bit later. I might jump on with him if I'm here.
Yeah.
But the weather is garbage in Portland right now, so I might be hanging around the house. But thank everybody for coming through. We'll holler at y'all in a minute.
All right. Peace.